I think we're probably a couple of minutes early, but if everybody is all set to go, then we may just as well begin.
Thank you, my lord. As you can probably see on the screen, Mr. Williamson is in situ. Shall we begin with the oath?
Well, my lord, before that, I think there's an issue between the parties, isn't there, Mr. Williams?
Well, I'm not sure if it's a housekeeping issue.
Well, let's get that sorted. This is the question of presentation, isn't it?
Yes, my lord, and I'm not sure if you've received any communications from the registry in this regard and have formed any views, but I can introduce the matter to, if that would assist.
Well, all I know is that Mr. Williamson wishes, or you wish him to make a presentation, and there's objection to that. So
yes, my lord.
Better hear what the parties have to say about it.
Okay, well, the claimant has this to say. Mr. Williamson has some short opening remarks that will likely take no more than 10 minutes. They're accompanied by a very short slide deck comprising of 10 slides. They're prepared in order to assist the court, and bearing in mind your lordship's comments during opening about the experts considering what they might do with regard to extremes between them. So it's nothing more than that, and as I say, we're in your hands. We came to the conclusion that this would be a more efficient and effective way to deal with it than questions in direct. So there you have it.
Well, I wasn't anticipating there would be questions in direct in any event, was I?
No.
Was there provision for that?
No.
Well, what do you have to say about all this, Mr. Montague-Smith?
Well, my lord, firstly, there are two things. One is the presentation, which includes new evidence, and it's simply not a fair presentation to suggest that it is simply assisting your lordship with the evidence that you will find in the report. There is fresh evidence in there, and I'll explain that in a moment. But the part of the problem here is that this has never previously been suggested. It's clearly not standard practice in the DIFC to have some sort of expert presentation. There is provision in the rules where there is hot tubbing for that to be permitted, but that's not where we are at the moment. And clearly this work has been under preparation for some time. So if we put aside simple, mere professional courtesy in making the point to the other side that everybody should have equality of arms, it looks like this has been deliberately withheld from your lordship, and so there's an attempt to ambush the defendants with fresh evidence. That is a choice that the claimants have made, and as I say, that there is new evidence which is incorporated throughout, but on two slides in particular, and in particular in relation to discounting and what the particular rates are, and a blended approach is suggested. Some new figures are produced, and various rates are adverted to. Now, this court has in the past given very short shrift to these sorts of late applications, and the most recent example of that was a case called Amira, where Mr. Justice Giles refused a late application made about a week before trial on the basis that there would be a need to get expert evidence to respond to the new points that were being raised, and that was held up all the way through in two cases, all the way up to the Court of Appeal. And there is a question for this court about whether it really wants to endorse this sort of practice, or whether, on the other hand, it should take the view that a party who deliberately withholds this sort of approach until 2 hours before the hearing should be rewarded for that conduct by getting in whatever evidence it wants to adduce. The substantive response, though, from my side is I have not had an opportunity to discuss this new evidence with my experts, and I would undoubtedly need time to do so. I've got a series of bullets points from them, but it starts, there is not enough time to do a proper review. So in those circumstances, we do object in strong terms to the way this has been approached.
Yes. Mr. Williams?
My lord, I think firstly would refute the suggestion that there's been any deliberate withholding or an ambush Indeed. First of all, this is not new evidence. These slides and the opening remarks are simply to address your lordship's comments as to what are the material issues between the two experts. So the vast majority of the slides are addressing content, albeit narrowed down content that's already in the expert report, so not new evidence. The portion of the remarks and the slides that Mr. Montague-Smith is alluding to are addressing the observation made by your lordship in opening, which the claimant's expert has been asked by instructing solicitors to consider and present his opinion and views given your lordship's comments, and that's what he's done in the quickest time he's been able to. And if my learned friend's main difficulty with this is that he hasn't had enough time to respond, we don't object to a response on this being put in as soon as he is able to. I think, quite frankly, we're surprised that when the main issue between the experts has been around discounting, and your lordship has asked the experts to consider what alternatives there might be that bridge that difference, and our expert has gone away and done that in order to assist the court, and the alternative suggestion involves an element of discounting, that my learned friend wouldn't be jumping at that because it's more aligned with his position on the subject.
Right. There are two elements that arise in the context of this application for an expert to make a presentation. The first is whether or not the material constitutes new evidence, upon which obviously I can form no view, not having seen it. What follows from that is the question whether or not the defendants are prejudiced by this, which largely turns on the question whether it's new evidence which has to be addressed by their expert within sufficient time to do so. And really, because I can't tell what the answer to that is, I must simply reject this application on the basis that it's all too late. We can't have material coming before the court and the other party merely 2 hours beforehand, where there is a debate as to whether or not new evidence is being presented or not. The procedure laid down by the court provided for the exchange of experts' reports and for a joint report to be put forward once the experts had had a chance to meet and discuss and set out their agreement and disagreement. So I'm going to reject the application for the presentation. Of course, the matters may be the subject of cross-examination in any event. Who knows? But we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. I guess if Mr. Montague-Smith wants to refer to the presentation in cross-examination, he's free to do so, but he then runs the risk that he lets in a lot of material that he says he's not in a position to deal with. So we'll proceed as it is for the moment, without any such presentation. There is, however, one matter that I did want to raise with counsel before Mr. Williamson gave his evidence, and that is the question as to whether there's any agreement between the parties as to what the relevant date is upon which any assessment of damages would fall to be made, namely looking at Mr. Williamson's report. Are we looking at the 27th of March 2013 or the 28th of May 2018? Is there any agreement on that matter? I know I expressed some views earlier, which I've withdrawn on the basis that I plainly hadn't thought the position through. But is there agreement?
I don't think so, my lord. I think that the two options that are presented by the claimant are those that you describe, but their preferences for the 2013 version, whereas we say actually one has to look at when the bargain was lost, and on their case that is when the termination occurred. So that's 2018. So I think there is a difference between the parties.
Well, having thought further about it, my provisional conclusion is that it must be the date when the contract was terminated. That's the date when the business was lost, so to speak. The fact the parties were on the claimant's case negotiating a settlement for 6 years, but not terminating, seems to me to be beside the point. I form no final view about that, I say, Mr. Williams, so it's open for you to address me on it, but it may just help if I express that, so you can deal with the point and put whatever focus you think is appropriate in due course. You're on mute, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, my lord. We'll take on board those comments, certainly with respect to closing. What I might add just at this juncture is our recollection is that Mr. Montague-Smith had found no authority for the proposition during opening, and certainly we've been looking at ourselves since, and our position is that the authority would suggest that the date of breach is the appropriate evaluation date rather than the date of termination, even if there is an extended gap between the two. But as I say, we can address this with more focus in closing.
Yes. Well, as I say, I think it depends on the nature of the breach that's being alleged. But this is not a case where it is said that any particular damages occur as a result of delay. It's damages in respect of the loss of the contract, which would have led to profits for the claimant, as I understand it. Anyway, let's leave it there, and we can come back to it in due course. Mr. Williamson will have heard what I've had to say on all fronts, so he is alive to the potential issues and the way my thoughts are running. Though, of course, at the end of the day, that is an issue of law rather than one of forensic accountancy or valuation of property. Yes, all right. Is that we're good enough then for the moment, and we can have Mr. Williamson sworn in?
Yes, my lord. And just before Mather delivers the swear, we haven't been able to locate a hard copy of the Bible in Dubai, but we have an electronic version that Mr. Williamson will swear on, if that is acceptable to your lordship and the court and my learned friend.
That is not very impressive, but an electronic version will do as long as the witness conscience is bound by it, so to speak, Mr. Williams. So,
I'm grateful, my lord. I'm told you can't purchase a Bible in Dubai.
That is mind-boggling. There are quite a few churches in Dubai, but anyway, there it is.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Williamson, you will feel your conscience bound if you swear on an electronic version of the Bible, I take it.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much. Amita, could you swear the witness in, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Williamson. Would you please state your full name?
My full name is Robin Michael Giles Williamson.
Thank you. Can you please repeat after me? I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
To say the truth and nothing but the truth.
Say the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, just a few questions, just to clarify who and what you have in the room with you. In terms of documents, do you have a copy of the trial bundle in the room with you, and is it unmarked?
Yes, it's to my right.
And in the room with you should be Katerina Frolova, an associate at King & Spalding. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you understand that she's there to assist you to locate documents in the trial bundle and not to assist in the answering of any questions?
Yeah, that's understood.
And do you have any personal devices on your person?
That's to play with and that's to look with.
Excellent. Not wishing to be controversial, but do you have a copy of your presentation with you?
I've given it back to Katerina.
Very good. Mr. Montague-Smith represents the defendants and he'll have some questions for you.
Don't you want to just verify his report in any way?
I do, yes.
I think perhaps that would be a good idea.
It's a running
oath is not, in fact, entirely appropriate for an expert, but there it is. You know very well, Mr. Williamson, what we're expecting from you is your honest professional opinions. And you know your duties to the court because they're referred to in your report.
Can you take up Bundle E tab 1, please?
I have it.
Is that your first report dated 30th of September 2021?
That's correct.
And can you turn to the declaration page, please, which is on page 71 of the bundle?
Sorry, I'm looking at appendices here. Yes, sorry, I have it.
Is that your signature, Mr. Williamson?
That is my signature.
And do you confirm that the opinions in this report are true and complete to the best of your professional opinion?
I confirm that.
Can you take up tab 2 of the bundle, please, which should be your supplemental expert report dated 20th of December 2021.
23rd of December?
23rd of December 2021, correct?
Correct.
And can you turn to the declaration at page 222, please?
Yes.
Is that your signature?
It is.
And can you confirm that the opinions in this expert report are true and complete to the best of your professional opinion?
I can confirm that.
We turn now finally to tab 16 of Bundle E. It's page 578.
Yes.
Is this the joint statement of experts prepared by yourself, Mr. Williamson, and Mr. Brand, the DIFC's expert?
It is.
Can you turn to the final page, which is page 594 of Bundle E, and the declaration?
Yes.
Is that your signature, Mr. Williamson?
Signature above Mr. Brand is my signature, correct.
And are the opinions that you state in this joint expert statement true and complete to the best of your professional opinion?
Correct.
Thank you. I've got no further questions, Mr. Montague-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williamson, could I just invite you, if you can, to speak a little louder? You probably know that all judges are, by definition, deaf. But I
will do my best, Lordship.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lord. With your permission, Mr. Williamson, I'll be asking you some questions. I don't know where you are. Are you in Dubai?
I'm in Dubai, yes.
Right. Well, this afternoon then, and possibly into the evening. And just to be clear, I'm not going to be asking you any questions about the presentation that you prepared in the run-up to this trial, or indeed any of the new information that was provided in that. What I'm going to be asking you about are the things that you say in your report. So we'll stick to that, please. Now, the discussion you will have heard was in part about discounting. And it's fair to say in your report that when you compare your report to that of Mr. Brand, one of the obvious and major differences is that he has applied a discounted cash flow analysis and you have not. Yes. So rather than nodding, can I just ask you to verbally respond? Hopefully the initial questions will be relatively straightforward, but it's just for the benefit of the transcript.
Understood.
So to that last question I said, you agree with that, as I understand it?
I do agree with that, yes.
Thank you. All right. And I think you also accept that if you were valuing this project, you would apply a discount rate.
If I was valuing this project, assuming a willing buyer, willing seller scenario, as per the Red Book for the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, I would consider discounting. But given the date of the award, and his lordship explained that that hasn't yet been determined, I would probably also consider looking at interest to be accrued from the date before the value of the award, because that money would have been received by the claimant.
All right, I'll come on to the interest in a moment, but just in terms of the approach, if you were to take the approach of seeking to value Hexagon's rights to develop this project, you would, in every sense, you would apply a discounted approach, wouldn't you?
Well, I think you need to look at the circumstances in the matter, and the claimant does not, in my opinion, come under the description of a willing buyer. The claimant has invested a significant amount of money in the order of 125 million, or whatever the conversion rate is, dollars for the development rights. And in so doing, in my opinion, my professional opinion, is not a willing buyer. He's committed, or they are committed, to this development. That does not fall under the definition of market value. If it was a straight valuation, Mr. Montague-Smith, and it was for a market purpose to assume a buyer of that right today, not the claimant's position, I agree, yes, I would probably discount.
So you are saying that if you wanted to get the market value of the project and the rights to develop the project, you would apply a discounted rate, but on the facts of this case, you don't think that is appropriate.
That is correct, but as I also said earlier, if discounting was to be applied, I would equally look at accruing interest to received, past receipts.
All right, but let's start with the
position. Can I, sorry, Mr. Montague, just for the lordship's purpose.
I didn't mean to talk over you. I thought you'd finished your answer.
No, understood. I think, and your lordship did point to it, I think the date of award is crucial. Obviously, if you move it further to the past, then more discounting will apply. If you move it further to the future, then less discounting will apply. And equally, the same will apply to the accrual of interest. And I'm not here to give opinion on the date of award.
No, so one wonders why you're actually giving evidence about it, but there we are. If you went back, say, to 2018, and you took the view that in 2018 the claimant had been deprived of the right to develop this project, you were asked the question, what is the value of that development right in the market? Not necessarily trying to work out what someone like Hexagon would pay for it, given their history, but just in the market, you would therefore apply a discounted cash flow analysis, yes?
Just so I'm clear, the instruction is to value the development right.
I'm asking you
2008.
I'm not asking about your instructions. Sorry,
can you?
Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
He wants to know what you're asking him to do.
Yes.
What he's asking you to do, I don't want to take over Mr. Montague-Smith's question, but what I understand him to be asking you is if you were asked to value the project as if it was being sold as at 2018 in the open market by a willing seller to a willing buyer, what would be the value? How would you approach it?
Understood, your lordship.
Have I got that right, Mr. Montague-Smith?
Thank you, my lord, yes.
And so the question is, would I discount in that scenario?
Yes.
Yeah, and that is excluding the Hexagon scenario.
In that scenario, would you discount?
Hexagon for the moment, just answer the question in the end. Leave out Hexagon for the moment, just answer the question in the abstract.
Yes, sir, I would discount.
All right. Now, obviously, if one takes the view that you are getting the market value of the project by discounting at that time, that value doesn't change, does it? Simply because somebody has spent money to acquire Hexagon.
Well, I think you need to distinguish the approach that you take. The approach would change, and hence the number would change, and that's the approach I've taken.
No, but the market value of that interest doesn't change simply because somebody has spent money to acquire shares in Hexagon, does it?
The loss of profit calculation does.
I'm asking you questions, which I'd appreciate if you would just focus on those. The market value of the project doesn't change simply because somebody has spent money to acquire shares in Hexagon, does it?
The market value to a third party, correct, doesn't change. In the case of Hexagon, I believe there's a different scenario.
But the market value of the project is the value to the market, isn't it? So there's no difference between the market value of the project to a third party and the market value of the project to Hexagon, is there?
No, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Montague-Smith, because Hexagon, as I said earlier, have paid considerable sums for the development rights. They are not looking at market value. I agree with you, if a third party was to acquire this development right, who haven't already paid significant amounts of money, they're not a committed participant, then the market value would be determined by an open market, market value approach, and it would be discounted. So I'm making the distinction. I hope that's clear.
I understand. I think I understand what you're saying, and I just ask you to. No one's going to say that you're admitting that what you've just said is wrong. We'll move on from that because I think it's largely a matter of submission. But just to make progress, if you can just stay with me on the questions, and we might move a little bit faster. If you were going to try to work out what price Hexagon should be willing to accept for these development rights in 2018, for example, you would adopt this discounted approach, wouldn't you?
Well, I haven't, and I've given the reason why not.
So you disagree with that, do you?
To repeat, you have to take into consideration the position of Hexagon. If Hexagon were a third party who hadn't paid considerable amounts and invested considerably into this project and were a totally independent party, I agree with you, discounting would probably apply. In the case of Hexagon, the position I've taken remains the same. I don't believe they are a market value participant, if that is the right word.
So you don't agree that if you were going to value the price that Hexagon should ask a third party to pay for its interest in the project, you don't agree that a discounted cash flow analysis should be applied. Is that your evidence?
No. As I put out in my report, I've explained the basis of my approach, and there is no discounting. Now, within my presentation, which I understand you're not happy to see, I had, in an attempt to assist the court, and in fact we worked on it last night, so there was it wasn't done 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was actually done last night. That demonstrates the impact of discounting for future cash flows, but equally I've applied interest to the past positive cash flows, because I believe what we're doing here, Mr. Montague-Smith, is we're valuing Hexagon's interest.
I understand the case that you're trying to make, but I'm asking you quite specific and discrete questions. So just to confirm, you've given your answer, and if the reasons for saying no are the same as the ones you've already given, you don't need to repeat the reasons. But I think I asked you the question, if you were going to advise Hexagon what price they should be willing to expect in the market for these development rights, you would undertake a discounted cash flow analysis, yes?
If I was advising an independent third party with no prior interest to this site, I would most likely discount the future revenue streams for this right, yes. But the distinction is Hexagon and a third party. And
in 2018, you were in fact asked to provide an opinion to Hexagon on how much they should accept from a third party for these development rights, weren't you?
No, that's not correct. If you look at the document, it says it is specifically not an RICS evaluation. I don't know whether we can get that document for his lordship to see. What we've done, Mr. Montague-Smith, is we've run a sensitivity analysis, and I think it's important to distinguish the what is known as the access assignment in relation to what we describe here as the Kingsley assignment. The access assignment was where Alra Maison appointed Deloitte, that's the company I previously worked for, I'm now retired, to run an HBU, a highest and best use analysis for the subject site PA01 back in late 2017, early 2018. I understood at the time that was for both Alra Maison, rather Hexagon, and the DIFC to try and conclude a development on the site. The input provided by Deloitte at that time was to come up with the analysis for what was the highest and best use. Thereafter, we were asked by Alra Maison to provide different sensitivity analysis. So we did what we were told. And on your point about valuing anything, we didn't value anything. We gave sensitivity analysis to changes in scenarios.
So your evidence is that you were not asked to work out the price Hexagon should ask a third-party purchaser for the
we ran sensitivity. We ran sensitivity. I wasn't involved. None of my colleagues were involved. Interaction with the DIFC. We did what we were told. We ran sensitivities.
I didn't suggest anyone was involved in the DIFC. I'm just asking about your instructions in 2018. And is it right that your evidence is you were not asked to value or put a price on the sum Hexagon should ask a third party to pay for the development rights? Is that what you're saying? You were not asked to do that?
What we did, but can I see the document?
I'm asking for what you recall about your instructions. You've given me. I've asked you 3 or 4 times now what your instructions were, and you've given me quite long answers about what various things.
My lord, perhaps if the expert's allowed to see the document to which he's requesting to be taken, it might assist him in.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Williams, and I'll deal with the questioning as we go. The question was about his instructions. He's given some evidence on it. I'm sorry, my lord, were you trying to say something? You were on mute.
No, you carry on. If the witness says he can't recall what his instructions were and needs to look at the report, then you can say that.
Your Lordship, I'm clear about the instructions not being a formal valuation. It's the nature of the sensitivities as to what I was computing within those sensitivities.
Well, let's proceed with questioning for a moment. If at any point you say, well, I can't answer that without referring to the document, then say so, and we'll look at the document.
Well, why don't we go to the document now? Thank you, my lord. If you have bundle F, can we please go to page 3033? I anticipate it's bundle F, volume 6. And it's you have 3033, and if you look at the bottom of the page, do you see there an email from Mr. Jawad Ali?
I'm looking at F3033, and I've got it starts hi Jawad.
No, at the bottom of the page, please.
Okay, yes, there? I can see that, yeah.
Thank you. So that's 9th of August 2018 to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that, yes.
And it's re Al Ramazan Hexagon DIFC development contract. And there's an email to you from Mr. Ali, and he says, "Dear Robin, thanks for your prompt response and action. What we are looking for is an evaluation of Hexagon's 70% interest in the proposed JV with the DIFC, meaning that now that the DIFC has recognised the Hexagon development agreement and agreed a 70-30 JV, we need Deloitte to figure out the consideration Hexagon should ask a third-party purchaser introduced by the DIFC to take over its right under the original development agreement. So just to ask you the question again, in September 2018, you were asked to value the development right, weren't you?
Correct. And then the output from that, Mr. Montague-Smith, was, and I can't remember the reference of the document, was a letter to Hexagon with an attachment that gave various sensitivity analysis, but there was a specific clause within the letter, I believe, that relates to the fact that it is not a valuation.
It's not. You say that you were asked for a valuation and you did not provide one.
Correct.
I see.
was not valuing anything.
If you look at the email above that, you see the response from Mr. Morgan. Is Mr. Morgan one of your junior valuers?
Mr. Morgan is a director in my team.
Thank you. And so he says, hi, Jawad, as a follow-up to your email below, I've spoken with Robin and confirmed the following for our approach. We'll undertake a residual appraisal, the interest is assumed and so forth. We'll update the key inputs, and then the fourth bullet down. A range of NPVs will be calculated once the gross development cost has been deducted from the gross development value. The discount rate utilised will incorporate an allowance for return on the investor's risk. So NPV there means net present value, yes?
Correct.
So you were going to calculate a range of net present values, yes?
We actually we calculated multiple net present values.
Yes, right. But that was the approach that you were taking to identify the range of values that could be attributed to this development.
As I said earlier, Mr. Montague-Smith, I was providing a sensitivity analysis on the instructions of the client.
Well, weren't you providing a range of net present values on the instructions of the client?
Correct. Providing different scenarios. Correct. But I didn't say which one was a value. It was a range of different net present values.
Yeah, but to get to that value, you discount, yes?
Correct. And there's quite a wide range that I looked at.
Yes, so 3046 in this bundle is where you provide that. In fact, it starts.
Sorry, just bear with me, I'm sorry. All right. I now have it in front of me, thank you.
And so at 3046, you provide the range which of values which you would be the result of the application of various different discount rates, yes?
Correct.
And so isn't it therefore right that you were accepting that in order to value the amount that Hexagon should ask for its development rights, if it were to sell those development rights, it would fall somewhere in this range?
Correct. And if you look at the top of the page, it says Appendix 1, assessment sensitivities. So these are this is how the scheme is sensitive to the target IRR that the investor might look to secure.
All right. Bear with me. Now, there are a number of reasons why it's necessary when you're doing that sort of analysis to identify a market value for these sorts of rights. There's a number of reasons why you need to discount, aren't there? And what I was going to do was just take you through a couple of them, if that's all right. Would you accept that one of the reasons that you need to discount is that you need to take into account the time cost of money? You understand what I mean by that, yes?
I agree, and I understand it.
All right, so just so everyone's on the same page, if you've got a project which runs over a period of years, you're going to have lots of upfront costs, and then the income.
Smith, I understand the time value of money.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
What Mr. Williamson does too. So.
All right. So, and if you undertake the valuation of these interests, you also have to not just factor in the time value of the money that will be received, but the time value of the money that has been spent if you're doing the assessment in the middle of the project. Yes.
Agreed. Yeah. Sorry, not agreed.
Thank you. And you need to take into account the cost of finance as well, don't you?
In a typical scenario, you would allow for the cost of finance, absolutely. In the case of Hexagon, as you know from the agreements, the JVA and the JVA amended, no debt was allowed in the development scenario.
No debt was allowed for the joint venture company. Is that your point?
Well, as per the JVA. I'm sorry, I'm not a legal expert, so.
Well, you're giving evidence about something I hadn't asked about, but so your position is what? That the joint venture company isn't allowed to take on debt, and therefore you don't allow for cost of finance. Is that your point?
You asked me whether a typical scenario would include the cost of finance. My
Yes.
answer to that is it would.
But why did you
highlight the fact that I then highlighted in apologies. I then highlighted the fact that in the Hexagon scenario there was no debt.
There was no debt. Why?
Because of what it says in the JVA.
So you've looked at the JVA and taken a view on its meaning and determined that the result of that is you don't need to incorporate the cost of financing into this. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think the JVA is quite clear in that it prohibits the investor, rather Hexagon, from leveraging on the site or taking out third-party finance.
So actually the JVA doesn't say anything about leveraging on the site, it doesn't actually talk about expressly security against the land. Is that something you've discussed with King & Spalding?
I'm sorry, I'll need to go back to the JVA.
No, I'm asking you about what you've discussed, where you've got this point about the JVA doesn't allow leveraging on the site. You get it? Did you get it from the JVA? Or did you get it
from the JVA? I'm pretty sure from the JVA that it says debt cannot be used for the financing of the development, the project.
You understand the structure that's going to be in place here. So Hexagon and the DIFC would jointly own a joint venture company, yes?
I'm aware of the structure, yeah.
And are you aware that it's the joint venture company, not Hexagon, that is prohibited from borrowing, yes?
Yes.
Yes. So why would it make any difference to Hexagon's cash flow analysis whether or not the joint venture company was borrowing?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm asking you to explain your evidence that the effect of the joint venture company being prohibited from borrowing has some impact on the question of whether you have to factor in the cost of finance. Why does that affect Hexagon's position? Hexagon can borrow.
Okay, well, I agree with you, Mr. Montague-Smith. The JVA cannot borrow. I haven't even looked into whether Hexagon would borrow.
But if Hexagon is not prohibited from borrowing, and if in fact Hexagon would borrow, you need to incorporate the cost of finance, yes?
Not when I'm valuing the interest in the JVA, no.
I thought you agreed with me.
I don't know what Hexagon do behind the scenes.
I thought you agreed with me that the cost of finance would normally be incorporated into the discount rate.
That was in relation to a typical valuation where you said, would you apply DCF?
Yes, and the reason you gave me for why it wasn't typical was because the joint venture company can't borrow. So I'm asking for your evidence to explain that observation, and you're not actually answering the question.
Apologies, I was basically pointing out the difference, as I understand it, from the JVA to a typical market scenario.
And I'm asking for your evidence as to why that difference affects what we've been talking about, which is whether you should incorporate the cost of finance into discounting. Do you have an answer for that?
Apologies, I'm not sure of the question, but if you could repeat it, I will do my best to answer it.
I'm asking why the difference that you've identified affects the issue that we have been discussing, which is whether or not the cost of finance should be incorporated into the discount rate. Why does it matter? Why did you bring it up?
I was just highlighting what I've read in the JVA.
All right, I think I've given you as many chances as I'm going to answer that question. There we go. All right. Now, the other aspect of the discount rate is that it incorporates an analysis of the sorts of risks that might be associated with the project being contemplated, yes?
Agreed.
All right. And so if you're, particularly with building projects, the costs that one starts out thinking you're going to incur, they're not going to go down, and they may well go up, yes? It's that sort of thing.
Well, it depends on the nature of the contract. You may have a fixed cost contract, but correct, if it was not a fixed term contract, you run the risk that construction costs could be higher.
Yes, so so there's risks associated with the development itself, things like construction costs and delays, yes? Those are all factored into the discount.
I agree.
Fluctuations in costs of materials and labour, that sort of thing.
Again, it goes back to whether you have a fixed cost contract or not, but yes, I agree.
I see. But when you're assessing the development, when you're assessing the development value, you won't have a contract in place yet, will you?
Well, you'll make inquiries, but you can make an assumption either way. But yes.
No, I'm just addressing your point that fluctuations in costs and labour won't happen if you have a fixed cost contract. And I'm just making the point, which I think you agree with me, is that when you are doing this analysis, you will not yet have a fixed cost contract. So the point is that you can only work from your own estimates, and there may be fluctuations in the costs as a result.
Correct, and that is why you would build in a contingency sum to allow for that.
Yes, but you would build in a contingency sum, and you would also build in the risks of this into the discount rate, wouldn't you?
I think the contingency covers the fluctuation more than the discount rate.
So I see, but there are then other development risks, presumably, that need to be incorporated, which aren't covered by the contingency.
Yeah, as you said, weather, for example, labour disputes, etc.
The discount rate will also include provision for market risk, won't they?
Correct.
So things like revenues, rents you might be able to get, the price you might be able to charge for selling bits of the project, that sort of thing. All of that needs to be built into the discount rate.
Correct.
And is it right that in valuing a project in Dubai, the parties would also incorporate an element of country risk?
It's a good point. It really depends on the nature of the participant. I would expect GCC nationals would have a more positive view on country risk. It would be a lower risk than possibly an international.
I see, but there would be some assessment of that.
Yes.
And are you aware, for example, that the UAE has recently announced that they will introduce corporation tax?
Very aware.
Yes, and so now actually from January of next year, all profits over a certain number, I think it's $300,000 or thereabouts, or maybe it's dirham, will be taxed at a rate of 9%, yes?
I don't know the details, Mr. Montague-Smith, but I know it's being introduced.
All right, but the risk of that sort of legal measure will be something that goes into the discount rate, yes?
I suspect tax has not been factored in, or would not be in the past, because it's not foreseen. That to me is probably an exceptional circumstance. So it is unlikely that something that would be factored into a risk factor.
I see. Now, can I just show you your report, please? Your first report, I think it is. Actually, no, sorry. Second report.
Can I just ask an idiot boy question, Mr. Williamson? Is country risk the same as political risk in this context, or are they two different elements? I've heard both referred to in this context before.
I'd be inclined to group them together, Your Lordship.
Right. Okay, thank you.
It's probably a lack of clarity in my questioning.
No, I mean, these terms are used in different ways by different people. So
yes, I'm not sure I'm necessarily suggesting that there's some sort of precise delineation. It's all things associated with, just for Mr. Williamson's understanding, in case he has a different answer, it's all things associated with the fact that the project is in this country rather than, and in this destination rather than in some other country or destination. So on that basis, you're happy that your answers are accurate, are what you believe, Mr. Williamson, now that I've explained what I meant by country risk?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is factored into this.
All right, thank you. So let me ask you about your second report, please. If you could turn to page E177 in paragraph 2.6.
Yes. Is that the one that starts, had I undertaken the valuation?
Correct, yes. So in your report, you say, had I undertaken a valuation, I would most likely have run a DCF, a discounted cash flow. And you put in brackets S because you might have developed a range, presumably. Is that your point?
Yes.
I see. And in this regard, calculated what I estimate to be the market value of the project. And then you say, assuming a willing buyer and so forth, and you refer to the RICS definition. And you say, where such a buyer would likely take into account the risk factors associated with a development project of this nature, and thus discount for such risks before deciding whether to proceed. So is it therefore fair to say that in the analysis that you have provided for in your report, you have not taken into account or provided for the risks associated with the development, including all of the risks that we've just discussed?
What I've done is I've taken the position of Hexagon, who, as I said, have previously invested a significant amount of money into the development rights, and are committed to doing this development, and being so committed, have already accepted the risks.
Yes, but obviously, if we were to embark on this project today, you would say, here's my analysis of the profit and loss that's likely to come out of that. And that is what you have done, yes? But my point is that just as an investor doesn't know what risks will eventuate and therefore provides for it in a discount rate, we don't know what might or might not go wrong with a project of that nature and what might change with a project of that nature. So if you accept that those risks exist, is it fair therefore to say that in preparing your profit and loss analysis, you have not taken account of those risks?
I'll just repeat what I said before, Mr. Montague-Smith. I've taken or seen the position or assumed the position of Hexagon. They are committed to this development, as I said before, this project, having paid considerable amounts of money. I believe they have already factored the risk aspects into it. They are going to, from what I'm told from the information in terms of designs and money spent, they will commit to delivering this project. They've already taken on that risk.
Now, obviously, that's a question for the judge. So if you're wrong about that, then you would accept, presumably, that discounting was appropriate.
Well, I think if His Lordship concludes that discounting should apply in this case, as I've said previously. Equally, depending on the date of award, interest should then accrue to past received net cash flows.
The reason you gave me repeatedly for not applying a discount rate is because you say Hexagon was committed to this project. Now, we'll discuss that in due course, but just as a preliminary, you must therefore accept that if you were wrong about that assertion that Hexagon was committed to this project, then you would accept that some form of discounting should be applied.
That's a legal matter. I can't really comment on that. Whatever decision His Lordship takes with regards to the commitment of the claimant, that's a legal matter.
Yes, but I'm asking you about the consequences of the outcome. I'm not suggesting that you should take a position on whether or not Hexagon would or would not pursue the development. What you've told me is that the reason you have not applied a discount rate is because Hexagon is committed to the project. If it turns out Hexagon was not committed to the project, would you accept then that discounting should be applied?
Well, equally, does that scenario include that Hexagon haven't paid $125 million for the development rights?
Do you not want to answer the question that I asked?
I'm trying to be helpful, Mr. Montague-Smith. I'm just giving you an opinion.
I think I've asked you that question enough times to give you the opportunity to answer it. Unless your Lordship wants an answer to that question, I'll move on. All right. Now, in your report, we've just been looking at it, actually. If we go on in the report to paragraph 2.9, do you see that? Do you see, you say, I note...
Mr. Brand.
Yes, you say, I note within paragraph 68 of his report, Mr. Brand states, in my experience, it's exceptionally unusual for discounting not to be applied, suggesting, in fact, that in appropriate cases, discounting is not applied. Now, do you really think that that is the point that Mr. Brand was making when he made that statement, that what he was trying to convey is that sometimes discounting is not applied? Do you think that's a fair way to interpret what he said there?
Well, again, if you read it, he says it is exceptionally unusual for discounting not to be applied.
Yes.
It's almost a double negative. It's almost a double negative. But I make the assumption that means then he possibly has seen discounting not being applied.
I see. Well, what you don't do there is disagree with him. So do I take it that you accept that it is exceptionally unusual for discounting not to be applied to this sort of analysis?
I agree. And I agree with that, absolutely. And it goes back to my my presumption that the claimant is fully committed to this project.
All right, we'll come on to that in a minute. Were you instructed not to undertake discounting?
No.
When you look, for example, if we go to page in your first report, E5. Can you go back to your first report, page E5, please? And do you see paragraph 1.8? You say, I've been instructed by King and Spalding to prepare an expert report to calculate the loss of profits. And then at paragraph 1.9, it said, in addition, King and Spalding has instructed me that the expert should include the socio-economic market assessment, real estate market assessment, and benchmarking assessment for the approved project and HBE project, and that the preparation of the expert report requires me to develop a financial model to determine the financial performance and potential loss of profit for the project under the above-mentioned scenarios. Does that mean that you were instructed just to prepare a profit and loss and not to apply discounting to that?
So if I could walk you through the sequence of events, I was called to a meeting with King and Spalding, middle of 2021, apologies, where they explained that the claimant was now in dispute, and this had moved from the 4 years ago scenario to a dispute scenario. I was reminded at that time by King and Spalding as to the considerable sums that the claimant had already paid for the development rights, the work done by the likes of Perkins and Wills, Dewan and others, and we discussed the commitment of the claimant, and I decided and said, well, in this case, this is an exceptional case. This does not represent a willing buyer, willing seller scenario. This is not a market valuation. This is a straightforward loss of profit calculation, and hence I proceeded as is. That was clearly stated in my own engagement letter, and I appreciate you don't have a copy, Mr. Montague-Smith, which I then subsequently sent to King and Spalding. I was not influenced in any way by King and Spalding.
All right, thank you. If you go forward in your reports to page E31. Do you have that?
Yeah, I'm there, yes.
Thank you. And if you look at paragraph 4.78, you see there, under the heading discounting, you give your reasons for not applying discounting. And what you say is, with regards to my assessment of loss, I have considered whether discounting should be applied to the various cash flows, and have concluded that in light of the nature of the capital requirements of the JVC as stated in Schedule D of the JVA, which specifically states no part of the total project capital shall be borrowed by the joint venture company, whether from the investor or otherwise, that discounting is not appropriate. And as such, I've simply presented a pure loss of profits. So when you wrote this report, is it right that that was the reason why you didn't conduct a discounting analysis?
That was one of the reasons. I think there are multiple other reasons. And with hindsight, Mr. Montague-Smith, maybe I should have elaborated as to the reasons which I've already given to you earlier.
I see. Well, you just told me, though, that what was foremost in your mind when you conducted this was the fact that Hexagon was, as you put it, committed to the project. If that had been foremost in your mind, surely that would have been the reason you gave for not discounting, wouldn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
You told me earlier that the reason for not discounting that was foremost in your mind when you, right from the day one of your instructions, was that Hexagon was committed to the project. If that was really the reason for not discounting, why, well, you would have written it in your report, wouldn't you? Instead of writing something else.
You need, no, so I'll try. I'm really not sure what the question is.
You would, if so, what I'm saying is, isn't it right that if the reason for not discounting that was foremost in your mind, as you told me, was that Hexagon was committed, then you would have written it in your report?
As I said, I should have elaborated on this point in 4.78.
All right. We've talked about this a little bit before, but your point here then is that the joint venture company has no cost of finance because it's not entitled to borrow, yes? I'm looking at the reason you give in your report.
That is one of the reasons.
Well, that's the only reason you give in your report, isn't it?
Well, I'll repeat what I said, Mr. Montague. Can I repeat what I said?
I don't need you to repeat what you've said. We've got it on the transcript, so we know what you said. Okay. But you actually repeat this same reason for not discounting throughout your report in multiple places, don't you?
Can you take me to those? I'm sorry.
You don't remember? I'll dig out the references. It might take me. You don't remember whether you repeat this passage in your report?
No, not at the moment, but if you could take me to them, please.
Yeah. So if you go, for example, to E59, do you see there paragraph 5, 136?
can see that, yes.
It's the same reason given. If you go to E63, do you see it's paragraph 6.7? That's for the next. It's the same reason?
Yes.
And E67, and E67, 7.12.
Okay.
And in fact, nowhere in this report, as I understand it, do you say anything about Hexagon being committed to the project. Is it right that that is a reason for not discounting that you came up with after you wrote this report?
Absolutely not. And in fact, it's a shame that the engagement letter isn't within the bundle. My instructions were very clear. I explained the chronology as to my appointment. If I had decided to undertake a formal RSCS valuation, then my engagement letter would have to contain that reference and to the RSS requirements within that engagement letter. My engagement letter is very clear. It has no reference whatsoever to a formal valuation.
All right, well, let's deal with the two reasons that you give for not discounting then, shall we? And let's see if we can make any more progress than we've previously made. And I don't want to waste anyone's time. So I'm not asking you to repeat anything you've already said. So if you've already said it, just say you've already said it. Just looking then at this first one, this first reason, that under the terms of the joint venture agreement, the joint venture company has no cost of finance. So that is something that you identified as it by looking at the joint venture agreement yourself.
Correct.
It's not a point that was raised to you by somebody else.
No, I have copies of the joint venture agreement and the joint venture amended agreement.
Yes, I know you have copies, but I'm asking about how you alighted on this point. You scoured through all of those provisions, did you? And you spotted that one, and you said, "Well, that makes the difference," or it's one of the reasons why.
I read the document. I read the document in full.
Yes, but you're not a lawyer, so you had to interpret the contract, and your interpretation of the contract led you to the conclusion that there should be no discounting. Yes.
The same as applied by Mr. Brand in his calculation.
Well, I'm just asking about your experience and what you've done. Not asking about what Mr. Brand has done. I'm asking about you.
As you're aware, I have not discounted, and that.
I know, we're trying to get to the bottom of why you haven't discounted, and I'm trying to challenge you a little bit on those reasons, and that's the process that we're undertaking. All right. So if you could just cooperate a little bit with that process, we will get through this, and this whole ordeal will be over much faster. So, from the joint venture company's perspective, you are saying the money has been freely provided. Is that your point, that it gets money for free and therefore there's no cost of finance? Is that your point?
I don't understand the statement money for free. My understanding is it has to be equity. It has to be equity.
But say for its shares, the company doesn't need to borrow and therefore there's no cost of finance. That's your point, yes? That's why there's no discounting. That's what you're saying.
No. If we go back to why there's no discounting, as I said, it goes back to the point that the claimant is committed.
I see. So this, I'll ask you about that in a moment, but I'm asking about the reason you gave in your first report. Are you now saying that you don't think that is a good reason not to discount?
I think it's one of the reasons, and as I said earlier, with hindsight, I should have elaborated on this.
Yes, but I'm just asking you about this reason, not about the other reason. I'll ask you about the other reason in a moment, but let me ask you about this reason, please, and just try to understand what you are saying with this reason. And I think what you're saying is that because the joint venture company can't borrow, the joint venture company will have no cost of finance, yes? Is that your point?
No, I'm saying it is a pretty onerous agreement. Typically, you would leverage in a scheme of this nature. The claimant is going to have to provide complete equity for the project, and that is a reason for, in fact, endorsing their commitment. They know they have only to pay equity for this scheme. It endorses even more commitment.
So the reason that you give in this passage that we're talking about here, the fact that no part of the total project capital shall be borrowed by the joint venture company, the reason why that leads to your conclusion that you shouldn't discount is because it shows more commitment by Hexagon. Is that what you're saying?
It's one of the reasons. As I said, with hindsight, I should have elaborated.
Yes, but I'm asking you about this reason. You see, what you've left out is an explanation of how the provision in the joint venture agreement that you refer to leads to the conclusion that there should be no discounting, or supports the conclusion that there should be no discounting. And I'm trying to ask you about the logical link between the provision that you've referred to and your conclusion about discounting. What I'd understood from your evidence is that that logical link is provided because you say the effect of that provision is that it means that the Hexagon is more committed. Is that your evidence as to the relevance of that provision of the joint venture agreement?
That's what I stated in this report.
Well, you haven't stated it in your report, have you? That the effect of this provision means that Hexagon is more committed, and as a result of that, you don't need to discount. You haven't stated that, and that's what I'm asking you. Is that the bit of the explanation that you're providing us with today?
Well, as I say, I have concluded that in light of the nature of the capital requirements, I believe that implies that they are committed.
I see. All right, and that is the report that you, that is the reason that you give. I think you do give this reason in your second report. So let's just look at what you say. If we go forward to this tab 2, page 177. And it's implicit, but it does seem to be what you're saying. If we look at paragraph 2.4, well, start with 2.3, you point out that Mr. Brand has undertaken a discounted cash flow analysis under various different scenarios and calculated an internal rate of return for the project. And then paragraph 2.4, you say, in contrast, I have been instructed to run a loss of profit calculation relative to the dispute in question, and have been advised by my instructing lawyers that having paid substantial funds in relation to the project, the claimant was and still remains fully committed to completing the project. So that's the point that you're telling us today is really the reason why you've not discounted, yes?
I think there are, as I said before, there are a number of reasons. This is one of them.
I see. All right. And I've asked you that question already. I'm not going to go back to it. So the point is that the particular entity that we're dealing with, Hexagon, does not need to undertake this sort of discounted cash flow analysis to decide whether it's going to proceed with the project. Is that what you're saying?
I think that the issue is, to be clear, they are committed to the scheme. They've paid substantial amounts of money. They're going to do this development. As I said before, an NPV is not realised. At the end of the development, when the claimant, in this case, undertakes this development, and as you can see, a cash-on-cash return is positive, they're not going to give the discounted amount to a third party. That's how they will view this development. They're committed. I do agree, in the case of the feasibility scenario, for a third party, they may look at NPV, but the claimant in this case, they're beyond that.
Yes, so in their decision making, they're not interested in NPVs on this hypothesis.
I'm not aware of what their decision making is.
I'm just trying to understand your logic, Mr. Williamson.
Well,
so is your point, when you say they are beyond that, that was your evidence, you said they've gone beyond that because they're committed. So is your point Correct. That they don't need a net present value, they don't need to undertake a discounted cash flow analysis because they have already made the decision that that analysis would usually be required for. Is that your point?
I don't know how they would view it. All I've said is they are committed. They will do this development, and irrespective as to whether it throws up an NPV of X or Y, they are committed to the development. Whether they still have one eye on NPV or IRR, I can't comment.
I see. And if we're trying to work out what profits and losses this project, if it were undertaken, would realise, the fact that Hexagon has decided to go ahead with it doesn't affect that analysis, does it?
Apologies, can you repeat that?
If we're trying to work out, as we are, what profits and losses this project would have realised, then the fact that Hexagon's decided to get on with it wouldn't make a difference to that determination, would it? Logically. Well,
they are going to incur development costs and achieve revenues. Whatever pops out at the other end in terms of profit or loss, they're committed to that.
Yes, but my point is that. Sorry, I'm talking over you. It's difficult with the.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry.
Try again. Sorry.
I'm done. Sorry.
No, but my point is that the whole investigation is what would happen if they went ahead. So the question of whether they would go ahead doesn't in any way affect the analysis of what would happen if they had done so.
The whole investigation being
of the loss.
Yeah. Sorry. And excuse me. What are you referring to?
Well, we are trying to do an analysis of the losses and the profits which would arise if Hexagon went ahead. So the fact that Hexagon is going to go ahead is the premise to the whole analysis. So the question of whether they would or wouldn't go ahead doesn't affect the analysis, does it?
So we're making the assumption they're going ahead.
Well, yes, because if they're not going ahead, there would be no losses and no profits. So it has to be on the assumption they're going ahead.
Understood.
All damages analyses are done on the basis that the project goes ahead, aren't they?
Yes.
But in most of them, you discount, don't you?
Well, I'll go back to what I said before. Yes, in most of them, for a valuation, a formal valuation of a third party, willing buyer, willing seller, yes, you would most likely discount. In this scenario, given the nature, and it's important not to put valuation and feasibility into a box. You've got to look at the circumstances in this particular case, and that is quite simply what I've done.
All right, thank you. My Lord, we're at 10:15. It is now a good time for a 10-minute break for the transcriber.
If that's convenient, yes.
Excuse me.
We'll take 10 minutes now. I'm sure you know the rules, Mr. Williamson, about not talking to others about your evidence or about the case.
Understood, sir.
Thank you very much. 10 minutes, please.
Here he is. With your permission, my lord, I shall continue. All right. I wanted to ask you about a different topic, if I may, Mr. Williamson. Can I ask you to look at your first report, page E, bundle E, page 17.
Yes.
Thank you. And if you go to see, you're discussing here the approved project as at 27 March 2013, yes?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And you describe, you say, having regard to the approved project as at 27 March 2013, I've adopted the BUA of 1.45 million square feet as reflected in the JV amendment agreement. With regards to the mix of uses, whilst the JVA signed on 14 December 2003 refers to different scenarios, and the JV Amendment Agreement of 2004 is silent in this regard, in order to avoid any degree of subjectivity, and then you say options referenced in the 2003 JVA, I've adopted the same mix of uses as per the DIFC Master Plan 2016. So I'm just want to ask you about the choices that you made here. When you say subjectivity, are you essentially saying that you have chosen those mixes to try to eliminate guesswork? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, absolutely. All
right. And so you are trying to predict, as a matter of fact, what the parties would have developed on this plot. Is that what's going on?
But yeah, that sets out the parameters for development.
Yes. And this is in part because you say there are various options for mix of use in the JVA, yes?
Sorry, where do I say that?
You say, whilst the JVA signed on 14 December 2003 refers to different scenarios, and the JV amendment of 2004 is silent in this regard, you say, in order to avoid any degree of subjectivity, and then you say brackets, options referenced in the 2003 JVA. So the subjectivity, you say, is because there are multiple options in the JVA, and you didn't want to have to choose between them, so you've gone to the 2016 master plan. Is that your point?
No, the reason really to go to the 2016 master plan is to reflect the dynamic nature of a master plan generally, really. The DIFC was conceived in the early 2000s and probably had a shelf life, the master plan of I don't know, 25 years, maybe longer. The initial master plan would have reflected market conditions at that time. And I remember Gensler being, I was involved at the time, Gensler being the master planner. But typically over time, a master plan will react to market changes and be adapted. So I believe as at 2013, the most relevant benchmark is the master plan of 2016 and not anything before that, because it's adapting to the market requirements.
Yes, but part of the, we'll come on to that in a moment, but part of the reasoning as to why you say we've got to look at different mix uses is because you say there are different scenarios in the joint venture agreement. That's
well,
the bit
as I said, the 2016 master plan defines the mix.
It defines a mix, but the bit I'm asking you about of your evidence here, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that I'd understood that statement to mean that one of the reasons you need to look for a mix somewhere else is because there are multiple options, multiple scenarios in the JVA. That's your understanding, is it?
Sorry, apologies. Where do I say there are multiple options in the JVA?
We just looked, you asked me that question a moment ago. I showed you the relevant passages and you agreed with me that that's what you were saying. So what I showed you were, you say the JVA signed on 14 December 2003 refers to different scenarios, and the JV amendment is silent in this regard. So when you're talking about different scenarios, you're talking about different scenarios for mixed use, yes?
I think I'm referring to the JVA, and from memory, the next cap scenario, which had a mix of different uses.
Well, in fact, if we look at the JVA itself, it only provides for one type of mixed use. Did you know that?
Right. So that is that scenario, and it should not say scenarios. Correct.
Or indeed options.
Correct.
All right. I mean, did you consider using the mixed use which was provided for in the JVA?
No, as I said, it goes back to what I said about the dynamic of a master plan. The JVA use, I can visualize, I can't remember the precise split, although there were hotels and other uses, was back in 2003, 2004. That's a long way back. I've adopted the use classes as per the 2016 master plan to reflect the dynamic nature of the DIFC's master plan itself.
Right, but a project that's being launched in the DIFC in 2013, if one puts aside the JVA, a project that's being launched in 2013 in the DIFC, isn't it going to have to, at least to start with, comply with the master plan that's in place at the time?
You could say that. I think what you also need to look at is I think there's a Knight Frank report. I can't remember when it was dated, but it refers to a joint a mix of uses on the subject site as at 2013. I don't know if you've got that in the bundle. So that I think
the Knight
also
Frank
endorses.
Sorry, go ahead.
I finished, Mr. Montague. That corroborates the approach that I've taken, which reflects the fact that a master plan has to be dynamic.
Apologies, and apologies to the transcriber as well. He's telling me off for over speaking. If you were trying to figure out what project was going to be built in the DIFC in 2013, surely the obvious place to start would be the master plan that was in force at the time.
It's one option.
And if well, do you disagree then? Do you disagree that that is the most likely option for development at that time?
I do disagree. It's the most likely. I do disagree on the basis of timing. You know, we're closer on the 27th of March 2013 to 2016 than we are to 2003, 2004. But I've lost everyone. You're back. So that was the basis of adopting the 2016 approach.
But surely you have to put yourself in the position of a party who is planning a project in 2013, don't you, to work out what they're going to build?
I said you could. Yes, you could.
So is that not what you've done?
As I said, I've looked at the chronology of events, and the 2016 master plan is closer to 2013 than 2003-04, and that is the reason I've adopted it. We can disagree as to whether it is right or wrong. That's my approach.
Have you modelled the results if you had used the 2005 master plan?
No.
Did you look at the 2005 master plan and decide there is no way that that was going to be profitable and therefore I'm not going to adopt that mix?
I didn't do anything on it.
I see. Well, do you know what the 2005 master plan mix is, don't you?
I can remember, obviously it's in the documentation, seeing a document by NextCap relative to the JVA. I can't remember the 2005 master plan.
Bear with me. Bear with me, I do apologise. So you're saying you've never even looked at the 2005 master plan?
No, I haven't.
So you didn't consider using the 2005 master plan then?
For the reasons I explained, no.
All right, if you go to page E, it's in Mr. Brand's report, actually, he recites them, it's E289. So I don't know whether your expert reports are in 2 volumes, are they?
I don't think I'll give it to Katrina.
If it's in 2 volumes, it'll be in the 2nd volume. Do you have that 289? So it's E tab 7, page 289.
I've got a 3.6, yeah?
Yeah, so you must have seen this before, yes?
Yes, I have.
All right, and do you see in the middle table 8, DIFC Master Plan 2005?
Yes.
Yes, you do, good. And you can see underneath that, the 2016. So you can see that what has effectively happened is that almost everything has been converted from residential, retail, hotel into office.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that offices were understood to be a more profitable use of development than those other mixes?
I would suspect that the shift in use classes from 2005 to 2006 would reflect both market and what has already been allocated. So when you start a master plan, you'll have an allocation of different uses, and these different uses will demand different levels of utility. You can only have so much electricity and so much water to a particular site. It's a dynamic change from one to another.
Yes. And
to reflect the market.
Sorry. Yes. So would you say, therefore, in your view, well, let me put you this question to you. If you want to develop in the DIFC, the starting point is you've got to comply with the existing master plan, yes?
Correct.
And if you want to deviate from that, you need the permission of the master developer, yes?
Correct.
And different mixes will put different strains on the infrastructure in the DIFC, yes?
Agreed.
So you will have to embark on a negotiation with the master developer where you try to explain to them why they ought to depart from the existing master plan if that's what you want to do, yes?
Yeah, and I think you would support that. Well, I know you would support that with evidence of the market to demonstrate what was in demand. And obviously
yes.
The master planner themselves wants the master plan to succeed, so they would listen and either accept or reject.
Yes, and you'd need to support the request with, as you say, studies, perhaps? Financial models, is that what you're saying?
If you were making a change, yes.
And all of that would take more time and more money, yes?
More time and more money than what?
Than if you were just to go ahead with the existing master plan, mixed use.
Well, you're going to do both. You're going to do both scenarios as per the existing or a variation. You're going to do your diligence anyway, one or the other.
But then you've got to take all of that. Well, you wouldn't though, would you? You're not going to prepare. If you are just deciding to go ahead with the master plan as it is, you would do your diligence on that. And then if you want to get some other mixed use, you have to do an entirely different set of due diligence on the mixed use that you are proposing to be undertaken, don't you?
It's very common to run them in parallel.
And then you would have to take that to the DIFC and spend time and energy and money in a negotiation on that, wouldn't you?
It depends on what you're presenting to the DIFC. If it's something that they are supportive of, then I suspect the time frame would be less than if you were negotiating something that was radically different.
Right. Can I ask you to, I'm going to move on to a different topic. Can I ask you to look at paragraph 4.4 of your report?
Sorry, I can do that.
Now, here we're considering the approved project, which is as I understand it, a 56-storey tower you've postulated with 97% offices, yes? That's your approved project, so-called, yes?
I'm just looking where it says 56 stories, just to remind myself.
I don't think it says it there, but it does say it somewhere else.
It says it on figure 11.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure it said it somewhere. Yes, right, thank you. Absolutely. So you've on figure 11 on page E17, you've provided for 56 stories with 4 basement floors. So the project that we're considering at the moment is the so-called approved project, and it is 56-story tall tower, and as we know, the mix that you adopted is the 97% mix from the 2016 master plan, yes?
So the approved project allows for a 56-story development.
But that's what you're considering, yes?
No, my approach is actually different to that. If you look at my model, I've taken the approach of looking at typical floor plates for the mixes. So in the case, sorry, you're absolutely right. In the case of the approved, you're right. Apologies, I'm confusing that with the HBU.
Right. So for the approved project, you're considering a 56-story building with 97% offices.
That's correct.
Yes. All right. Thank you. I'm glad we've made that much progress. And what you have said is that you've considered a gross to net ratio of 75%, and that is what I've been calling the efficiency of the building. Is that a term that is regularly used? Efficiency in this context?
Yeah, it's the rate or the area that commands either rental income or sales revenue.
Thank you. Now, you say that a gross to net ratio or efficiency rate, call it that, is of 75% is industry standard. And that's what you say, yes?
It is achieved in the industry, yes.
It's achieved in the industry, I see. I mean, obviously, the rates of efficiency that are achieved in the industry must fall within a range, yes?
Agreed. It all depends on design. You know, the more wacky the design, I would suggest the ratio of the efficiency goes down. But it is dependent on the individual building.
Yes, I see. But so would you say that it's probably overstating it then to say 75% is industry standard?
Where does it say industry standard?
Well, I'm just asking you about your view at the moment. Would you say it would overstate it to say that it was industry standard or industry norm?
I don't think there is a standard. Well, I know there isn't a standard. People look at ranges of what is achievable, and you know, when you're designing a building, you have the opportunity at the front end to go through what we describe as a design critique, and that would be working either with third parties advising the developer or in-house people who have experience. So they would critique the initial designs. I think I've lost you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I'm listening.
Sorry, it froze out. Apologies. So you critique the design, and then you would value engineer it. So the efficiency, as you referred to, is achievable within reason. And I admit and accept that high rise is more challenging, but it is achievable if you work against a defined set of a defined approach. And I think it's relevant certainly for his lordship to understand that in this particular project, TPM, I believe, took that approach with the initial designs, where from memory, their objective was, I think it was 80%.
All right. Well, we'll come on to that in a moment, if we may. But so I think you accept that taller buildings, the taller the building, if I can put it like this, the more challenging these efficiencies become.
Agreed.
All right. And
especially,
I think sorry,
Mr. Montague-Smith.
Please.
Especially in mixed use.
Yes,
because of the nature of the cores and whatever.
I see. And I think you've seen Mr. Brand's evidence on this, and he produces a study or a high-level study from JLL, which suggests that with taller buildings, the efficiency can range between 60 and 75%. You've seen that?
Yes.
Would you accept that as the range?
It's the JLL range, and my assumption is that I'm within that range. I'm absolutely at the top end of it, but it's within the range.
Yes, but would you agree with the range? Let's start with that.
I think it's a reasonable range. It could go higher. You know, but there are buildings that have exceeded. In fact, in my supplemental report, I think I've given example. Well, I know I've given. I can't remember the actual efficiency rates. I've given examples of buildings with even higher efficiency rates.
But would you accept that 75% is at the top of the range that one could really hope to achieve with a building of this height?
Not really. It's about working with the designers to ensure efficiency.
Yes, all right. But obviously, within the parameters of the sort of concept that is being designed, every developer wants to maximize the net lettable area, don't they?
Absolutely.
So what we have to do is, obviously, one can point to particular developments where higher percentages have been achieved, but ultimately one has to identify a realistic range and find a point within that sitting here today, we can confidently say we would expect to be achieved with this project, yes?
Yeah, I think that the range is what it says. It's a range. You need to look at specifics when you are designing and be very cognizant to control that range.
Yes.
Or rather, the specifics of the range.
Yes, but there's only so much that a developer can do to control the outcome of that value engineering process, isn't there? They don't have absolute control of the efficiency.
No, absolutely. A central core has got to be a minimum size. And I'm not an engineer. I don't know what that minimum size is, but you can't have 100% efficiency if that's the case. Absolutely not.
Yes, and I think you mentioned that it depends on the design to some extent as well, doesn't it? So, for example, if you were to require a 2-tower design, that's going to affect the efficiency that can be achieved quite considerably, isn't it?
Not necessarily, and in fact, if you look at the JLL report, they talk about the external wall component and efficiency. No, I disagree, Mr. Montague-Smith. The 2-tower approach doesn't mean that the efficiencies, you're going to have efficiency in each tower.
But aren't you going to end up with 2 central cores, whereas you might otherwise have been able to get away with 1 central core?
Yeah. But
and that's good.
Both towers are as efficient as each other. So it's the same efficiency.
But if you've got 2 central cores, you're going to be giving up more proportionately of the building to areas that are not lettable, yes?
Yes, on that basis, I would agree, yes.
So the result of that is that if you have 2 towers, it's going to negatively impact on the efficiency that you can achieve, yes? That's the conclusion of those, logical conclusion of those 2 things you've agreed with.
Well, if you've got 2 towers, each with 75% efficiency, your efficiency is 75%.
I think you agreed with me that if you've got 2 towers, you need 2 cores. You also agreed with me that if you've got 2 cores, you're going to be giving up proportionately more of the building for functions which are not lettable.
I think we need to look at it. Sorry,
go on. What, you want to disagree with that?
I think we need to. No. I think we need to see a design to relate to.
Well, did you know that when Perkins and Will were seeking to develop the concept designs for this tower, as you say, you mentioned the fact that TPM were trying to ensure an 80% efficiency. In fact, for a multi-tenant 2-tower approach, they were unable to achieve an efficiency of anything more than 68%. Were you aware of that?
I've seen correspondence to that effect, correct.
Doesn't that tell you that actually your estimate of 75% is a little bit over the top, and actually Mr. Brand's estimate of 70% is quite a generous estimate of the efficiency of this proposed development?
We have different approach. Well, we have different view. I am still within Mr. Brand's colleagues' range, and I will repeat that through design critique and value engineering, you would expect to get to a 75% efficiency. The architects, I understand, Perkins and Wills and the Dewan, were confident they could get near to that. And I apologize, I can't remember the actual ratio, but I think they said around about 78%. It's obviously in the documentation, but they were instructed to rethink and get to that efficiency.
Yeah, no, my point though is that, well, actually the 77%, which is probably the figure that you're thinking of, was an efficiency they thought they might be able to achieve with a single tenant. And so the point doesn't this illustrate my point that no matter how hard TPM tried, they couldn't actually get Perkins and Will to produce a design that met their efficiency requirements. So doesn't that just demonstrate that developers have very limited control over these efficiencies?
I wasn't party to the discussions. All I've read is that the initial requirement was 80%. Perkins and Wills did not achieve that. They were asked to go back and rethink. They came back stating a different efficiency, but which I think was nearer the upper 70s. And so the client was focused on achieving efficiency. In terms of my 75% and Mr. Brand's 7%, I am still within Mr. Brand's range. So he is accepting that the building, the project could achieve a 75% efficiency. And I think it's particularly important to understand that the developer is driven by efficiency, as you said earlier, sir, because the shift, literally, it is in my report, I believe, from 70% to 75% has the effect of wiping off, it's something around 70,000 square foot of offices. If you apply rental income to that, the rates I've applied, and then capitalise that, that is a difference in loss of around about 195 million dirhams. So if you picture yourselves as the developer, you are going to be very focused on achieving that efficiency.
So you see, Mr. Brand has actually, he hasn't come out at a range. He said, this is the number that I think it will be. You've come out at a number that you think it will be. Would you accept that there is a range here of possible outcomes after the value engineering process has been undertaken? Would you accept that one can't know, sitting here now, that we will achieve 75% on this project? There must be a range.
Mr. Brown. Right, Mr.
No,
Brown,
I'm asking about your evidence. I'm asking about your evidence. So would you accept that there's a range?
For all buildings on the planet, there is a range. We've got to look at a specific building and we've got to be focused on achieving efficiency. Mr. Brand refers to his colleague's report, which states from, is it 65 or 60, up to 75. I've assumed 75. As I've said in my supplemental report, I've actually pointed out buildings that have achieved that efficiency and exceeded that efficiency. I go back to what I said. If you value engineer and design critique, you should achieve that rate.
So you'd accept that there's a range. Would you accept, sitting here today, that Mr. Brand's stated rate of 70% is within the range of outcomes that you might expect to occur?
It would depend entirely on the design, as would my rate, as would my number. It's entirely on the design.
Yeah, so it is then. It is within the range of possible outcomes. Is that your point?
A building that has more common areas will have a lower efficiency. It would appear that Mr. Brand believes his building has more common areas than the approach I've taken.
And if the design, regardless of whether it's 2 towers or 1 towers, if there's an obligation to produce a design which is described as iconic, and of course that's a subjective interpretation, then the chances are that the engineering required to achieve that sort of concept is likely to have a negative impact on the design, on the efficiency as well, isn't it?
I suspect it'll be more challenging, but engineering, engineers are intelligent people who can work around design. this is a question really for an architect, and it has to be looked at on a specific basis.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move on to a different topic, and just ask you a little bit about the location of this particular project, if I may. Now, firstly, for those, some of us are more and some of us are less familiar with the bits of the DIFC that we're talking about, but you would accept, I think, that the gate building itself and the gate precinct around it are really the centre of the DIFC. Is that fair?
Absolutely. They form part of what I believe is the prime area of DIFC.
Yes. And we now have the Gate Avenue, which links Currency House and now ICD Brookfield directly into the spine, what you'd call the spine of the DIFC.
So the spine, sorry, the Gate Avenue, which is absolutely the spine, is on the other side. So orienting sort of north of the DIFC. The DIFC is a linear shape running parallel to Al Mustaqbal Street. Apologies if I pronounced that incorrectly. So the gate is to the north of that, and it links all the buildings from the gate, linking into Currency House, Index Tower, and most of the schemes that go further to the west, southwest.
Yes.
So I've lost you. I don't know.
Can you see?
I wouldn't. Yeah.
So before the Gate Avenue was built, one used to have to take quite a long walk, for example, to get from the Gate Precinct to Currency House, didn't you? You had to go down, through and around and possibly over some roads.
To go from the
Gate
Currency
Precinct
House to the gate?
Yes.
No, it's you walk straight over a cobbled road. It's probably 40 meters.
But then you had to pass through the underneath of the Gate Precinct, didn't you, to get to the to get to the buildings?
No, you go straight into it.
All right, but the new development of ICD Brookfield has been linked, so now it's sort of, what is it, 20 yards walk, or maybe slightly more, maybe 40 yards pedestrian walking from the entrance of ICD to the Gate Precinct. Is that about right?
No, to get from the ICD Brookfield building, you would have to go round Currency House. So to do that, you go into the Gate Avenue, the spine that you described. You take a right, and you, in terms of meters, I don't know, maybe it's 100 meters.
It's not 100 meters, though, is it? All right. Well, we can look at it up on a map.
I don't know, Mr. Montague, but it could be even longer. I don't know.
Well, would you accept that Currency House and ICD Brookfield are now part of what we would call prime DIFC?
Well, Currency House definitely. I think ICD Brookfield is merging into that domain. I think it will become, when it's more developed, part of that prime area that I described. Yes. All
right. And the plot that we're considering is PA01, and as you said, it's the other side of, I think it's Mustaqbal Street. Yes. And I think you accept that in terms of marketability, being on the other side of that road is a disadvantage. Accept that?
I've actually allowed for it in my calculations by reducing the equated rate that I adopt by 10%. I absolutely acknowledge that the prime area does include Mustaqbal Street, but because of that road, you would discount rent.
So you would accept, would you, that being on the other side of the road, having a plot on the other side of the road, is a disadvantage to the marketability of the project as compared to those central parts of the DIFC?
I wouldn't call it a disadvantage. I'd just say it is probably not as attractive as the locations of Currency House and the precinct.
Well, would you accept that it reduces the marketability of the site?
Well, what you do is you balance. You would balance the rental rate within the project to make it as more marketable. And I think you need to look at Burj Dammam. The Burj Dammam is also on the same side as Al Mustaqbal Street as the project is. That is sort of almost opposite the ICD Brookfield development. And rental rates in Burj Dammam if you look at Mr. Brand's schedule, are around between 200 and 230. So I don't think there's been a massive sort of differential in rental rates from the other side of the street, to be honest.
We'll come back to those rental rates, Mr. Williamson. I'm aware of the things you're referring to, and I'm also aware of your evidence on that, and I'll show you what you say about that. But there we go. Would you accept that it, or wouldn't you? So, sorry, let me just ask you this: Did you confirm or not, or disagree with the proposition that being on the other side of that road is detrimental to the marketability of the property?
As I said, yes, it is. It is
Yes.
not as prime. It is not as prime, but to compensate for that, you reduce rental rates.
Yes, I see. So when I talk about marketability, what I mean, what one can't know, you can improve marketability by reducing price, can't you?
Yes.
I see. So are you talking about the occupancy in effect, the effect that it has on occupancy when you talk about marketability?
Well, occupancy is driven by a lot of factors: specification, amenity, location, etc. But every tenant is very focused on rental rates as well.
I see. All right. Now, I think you say, don't you, that that you note that it's anticipated that there would be a bridge across the road. Yes.
Within the master plan, and I appreciate it hadn't been endorsed, it does show a bridge. Yes.
On the affection plan, the draft affection plan, there was a bridge. Yes.
Whatever the plan was, yes, it does show a bridge.
Right, well, I'll come on to that in a moment, but the effect of that, if there was a bridge, you say, is that it would significantly add to the marketability of the development. Is that your view?
Yes, I believe that.
And would you... Bear with me. Now, the effect of a bridge over that road depends on what kind of bridge it's going to be, doesn't it?
I would assume so.
Yeah, well, my point is that one can have, and one sees in the DIFC, open pedestrian bridges. And on the other hand, one sees in Emaar Square, for example, closed, air-conditioned bridges with travelators, yes?
Correct.
And so the effect on the marketability of the property may well depend on which sort of bridge you're going to have.
It might do. I'm not sure it's going to have that dramatic effect. If there was a bridge bridging Al Mustaqbal Street to the core area of the DFC that we've described, what that would enable you to do is to put the rent up on in the project on the Mustaqbal Street side.
Yes, but the impact and how much you're able to put the rent up by might depend on the kind of bridge that's being installed. Yes.
No, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. The bridges in Emaar Square that you referred to earlier, a lot of these, and they are fully air conditioned. Absolutely, I totally accept that. You know, a lot of these they're walkways. They run for 50, 60, maybe 200 meters. So they're not really bridges. They're sort of corridors. And they take you from the metro to the shopping centre to some of the office buildings. So I think this is slightly different. You know, would an air-conditioned bridge be more attractive or marketable than an open air bridge? I don't think so, because the bridge isn't that long.
I see. I mean, there's already a pedestrian crossing nearby, isn't there?
Yeah, because of the result of ICD Brookfield, and this is very recent, they've created a very new pedestrian crossing.
All right, and it's fair to say, but that's my point. I mean, an open air bridge in 50-degree heat in summer isn't going to be much more attractive than a pedestrian crossing, is it?
I would much prefer to walk along an air-conditioned bridge than an open air bridge. But if there's an open air bridge, I will walk across it rather than walk over the road.
And is it right that you have not costed for the installation of bridge in your development costs.
Correct.
All right. And it's true also, isn't it, that the cost of installing a bridge over a road that's already there is going to be higher than if you are planning a road with a bridge?
I suspect so. Yeah, almost certainly, yes.
Because you're going to have to close the bridge for a significant, close the road for a significant period, aren't you?
I doubt you'd close the road. You'd build a structure, I suspect. I'm not an engineer, over the road, but that would incur more costs, yeah.
Now, are you aware that the site plan, the development plan for this site does not provide for a bridge?
As I said before, I've seen a document that has a bridge. Whether that bridge is going to be developed, I don't know.
You don't know, I see. And you are aware, though, presumably, that Berge de Man was supposed to have a bridge but doesn't have one, yes?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
All right. Now, you also mentioned, don't you, the DIFC extension, which was announced in
Correct.
January 2019. Is it fair to say that nothing of substance has happened in the development of that since its announcement?
I don't believe any development's taken place in terms of hard structures. I can't comment as to whether infrastructure has been put in there.
Would you accept that it's on hold at the moment?
I don't know.
Thank you. All right. Now, if you look at your report, please, and go to page E17, you may just have to turn back one page.
Yeah.
Paragraph 4.2. You say the financial performance of the approved project, had it been developed, would have been influenced by Dubai's real estate market performance as at 27 March 2013. Now, in reality, the performance of the project would have been influenced by the market performance throughout the life of the project, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, so not just in 2013.
Well, when the project is delivered over a period of time, it will be influenced by changing occupancies, changing rental rates. They may go up, they may go down. So absolutely, the market around the development will influence occupancy and rental rates.
Yes, and so if we're talking about the approved project, for example, then there were no pre-sales planned for the approved project. So is the consequence of that really the market performance of the project is likely to be much more influenced by market conditions from September 2017 onwards?
In terms of the approved project, absolutely. Once practical completion takes place, you are at the beck and call of the market at that time.
Yes.
Unless you've achieved pre-lets.
All right, but when you look at, for example, rental rates of offices, you look at comparables from 2013, not 2017, don't you?
Correct.
Yes. So if the market performance of the project is really more influenced by the state of the market in 2017 than in 2013, should you not have been looking at comparables from 2017, not 2013?
I'll leave that for the court to decide. I've taken the view that I wouldn't have the benefit of hindsight at 2013. That's my approach.
That's your approach. Is that something you were instructed to do, or something you decided to do by yourself?
That's what I did by myself.
So you took the decision without instructions to just fix the point of investigation at 2013, did you?
I wasn't fixing anything. I just took that date and did not assume hindsight.
And you were not instructed to assume hindsight. Is that what you're telling the court?
Correct.
I see. All right. If we look, for example, at page 19, when you look at these comparables, you necessarily have a smaller set of buildings to compare and put together, and therefore use to estimate the revenues from the project. Yes.
Sorry, a smaller set than what?
Than you would if you looked at it in 2017. At the position in 2017.
Well, you need to look at the completion dates of these buildings.
Yes.
And I would have known about these buildings as at 2013.
Yes, but what I'm saying.
Before,
sorry, carry on. I do apologise.
They're all before 2013. So I would have known the performance of those buildings in 2013.
Yes, but what you've done is you've ignored evidence that you might have had available to you of buildings that came online after 2013 but before 2017. Yes.
Sorry, I've ignored evidence of what? Sorry.
The financial performance of buildings that came online after 2013 but before 2017. Yes.
Which buildings are you referring to?
Well, one of them, for example, is Berge de Man. Yes.
Yes.
And so Berge de Man came online when? 2015, 2014?
I've got it written down somewhere, but is it in the report?
You've done to E82. E82.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying.
Yes.
You're looking for your performance of the 2013 project at prices which would have been achieved in 2013.
Correct.
Even though we have information about prices which would have been achieved in 2017.
Understood, yes.
And
the 2013 date as the date for assessing the rental value.
And so, for example, if we look at page E82, those two projects that you see there, Berge de Man 2014 and Central Park 2016, those are two projects which would have been on the market in 2017 at the time that this project that we're considering also came onto the market.
They would, yes.
And one of those projects is Berge de Man, which is also on the other side of Al Mustaqbal Road, yes?
Correct.
And actually, so from all of the comparators that we have, would you accept that Berge de Man's plot is the most similar to the plot that we are considering?
It is very comparable.
Right, but you have ignored it in your assessment of the profit and loss that would have flowed from the 2013 project.
Well, I haven't deliberately ignored it because I've made my assessment as 2013. So if I'd made a different assessment, I would likely have included it.
Yes, I see. So I don't mean that ignored it pejoratively. I mean you haven't included it in your calculation of the revenues that would have been received.
For the reason I said, I considered properties at 2013.
Yes, understood. All right. Now, if we go to page back to where we were at E19, and if we look at paragraph 4.10, do you see there you're talking about the rental revenues that could have been received on this project, and I think you say you look in particular at Currency House, don't you, and Gate Precincts, and you get an average of those two.
Correct. That's actually an average of the upper end of the range, to be clear.
So it's an average of the upper end of the range of Currency House and Gate Precinct.
Correct.
I see. So if you were to take an average of the actual range, where would you get to?
I'd need to compute it. I haven't computed it.
Do you want to take a moment to compute it? You've got the data there.
Has someone got a calculator? Am I allowed a calculator?
I certainly won't object. Well, I can do it for you. Look, let's do it together then. At E19, it looks like you've taken the rental. Do you see in figure 13 at the top? 225 to 255 So the midpoint of that, I make 240. Would you agree with that?
So I'm doing the calculation now. So that produces an average overall of 238.75.
238.75, right. So if we were trying to predict the likely rent to be achieved from a property in those two developments, wouldn't you take the middle of the range rather than the top of the range?
There are no rules. What I've done, if you look at that average, I am still 8.75 below the average per square foot per annum. That's a significant amount.
I understand that, but you've adopted a mechanism of trying to identify the rental values achieved in the two developments that I've discussed, and then knocking something off, and the something that you've knocked off, you've identified a 10% reduction being appropriate. So if we reduce what I call the headline rate that is appropriate to attribute to the two central prime DIFC projects, then surely it is appropriate then still to go on and knock 10% off.
It's another approach. This is not a science.
Why then have you adopted an average which starts from the maximum that is being achieved in prime DIFC rather than the average that's being achieved in prime DIFC?
Because this is one of the most prime sites in the DIFC. It is the gateway site currently to the DIFC. The project I have considered would have a high level of specification, and that is reflected by the build cost that I've applied within my model. And for those reasons, my estimate is at the 230.
Well, it's not the most prime plot in the DIFC, is it? The most prime plot in the DIFC is the gate and the gate precinct, isn't that right?
That's a matter of opinion. I wouldn't disagree with you. If you are looking, it is one of the. No, I agree. It would be one of the most prime sites. As you're travelling down Mustaqbal Street towards the DIFC, it is the first site in the DIFC that you see.
Right, and what we're trying to do is work out what the revenue would be across the whole of plot PA01 for offices, yes?
Yes.
And so we're not trying to work out it doesn't really matter what the range is as long as we've found the middle of that range, yes? It doesn't matter what the highest rent would be for any particular unit in PA01, would it?
Well, it's not that scientific. You don't have to find necessarily the middle of a range. It is a judgment, professional judgment. It could be at the top end of the range or the lower end of the range.
But isn't the middle of the range going to reflect the likeliest outcome of the rent when averaged over the whole of the development?
I don't know. That's why you have a range. I've made a professional assessment and then made a deduction from the averages that I've computed to get to the figure I believe the development would achieve.
And if you were to take the 238, for example, and knock that down by 10%, I suppose you get to about 225, is that right?
Sorry, the number's gone.
215.
Sorry, the 238.
Oh, I'm sorry, it gets down to about 215. Is that right?
Whatever. Sorry, I need to. My.
All right, don't worry. We can do these calculations among ourselves. I'm sorry, I won't trouble you with that. All right. Now, if we're going to, when it comes to the 2018 data, which we do actually have, if you turn forward to page 61, you look at this when you're considering the 2018 project, don't you?
Page 61. Yes.
And do you see there at paragraph 6.2, you say that you focused on the rental values achieved within Currency House and the Gate as at 2018, for which the average rental equates to 240 per square foot. So is there any reason why you've adopted the average of the range there, but not in the original 2013?
So is there a reason why I've adopted
The average of
the
a
average?
range.
I see what you mean. Well, it's two developments again. It's my professional view as to what the rental rate would be at that time. And to reiterate, this is not a science.
No, I know, but there needs to be some method to it, doesn't there? And you seem to have adopted different methods at the two different times. So you've taken an average of the two highest rates. Is that in fact what you've done here as well? Have you taken an average of the two highest rates of the range?
To be honest, I can't remember. I would need to go through the numbers, but I can't remember. But I just reiterate, it is my professional judgment as to rental value.
You don't need to reiterate things you've already said. That's fine. I'm just trying to understand how you've arrived at the figure of 240 per square foot. I mean, obviously you understand, Mr. Williamson, that just because you say it doesn't mean we're going to accept it, which we need to try to understand where it comes from. And that's what my questions are directed at. So do you think in retrospect, to get to 240 dirham per square foot, you've done the same thing that you did in 2013, which is average the top end of a range?
I'm looking at the numbers.
If you can't recall, then you can't recall, and that's...
I can't recall it. I can't.
Right.
Doesn't it appear in an appendix somewhere, Mr. Williamson?
Sorry, sir?
Would it appear in one of your appendices?
I think the question was about the calculation, sir.
The source data.
No, okay.
I don't think we have the source data, my lord.
No, all right.
All right, and I think... All right, anyway, so you have assumed in 2013, for the 2013 project, a rental value of 230 dirhams per square foot. Is that right?
For the office component, correct.
And that incorporates, as you say, the 10% discount from the heart of the DIFC, Central Prime DIFC.
It is a discounted rate, yes.
Yes, all right. Not in the sense that we were discussing previously, but yes, there is a discount. All right. Now, if we look at if we think about the 2018 project for a moment, by the time the 2018 project was coming online, that would be competing with the new ICD Brookfield development, wouldn't it?
I'm trying to remember when ICD, yeah, probably, yes. All
right. And that ICD development is better located, isn't it?
It's well located, as is the subject site. As I say, you know, this core area of DIFC includes Currency House, the Gate Precinct, the Gate Village, etc. ICD Brookfield is without a doubt a prime, sorry, not prime, is a top quality office development built by a top quality developer. Yeah. It is not as prime as Currency House in terms of location.
I see. It's literally, I mean, it's the next building along as you go down Gate Avenue, isn't it?
I think you need to understand if you live and work in the DIFC, which I do, you'll appreciate that ICD Brookfield is not in as prime location as Currency House.
It's the next building down, though, isn't it? Along Gate Avenue.
It's behind Currency House, yes.
The next gate is the next building down.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. And it's better located, isn't it, than a building would be on PA01? Yeah,
potentially. It's about sort of the marketability, but yes, I would say it is probably a better location.
And would you accept that ICD Brookfield was achieving rents of between 200 and 240 dirham per square foot?
That is evidence that Mr. Brand has put forward, I believe.
Do you doubt that evidence?
No, I don't doubt that evidence. In fact, I've negotiated with ICD Brookfield on space within the building, so I'm fully aware as to the rates they are looking to achieve.
I see, but you accept, well, let's get on to that, but you accept that the rates were somewhere between 200 and 240 per square foot in ICD Brookfield.
So where have those rates come from, sorry?
Well, I'll show you what Mr. Brand says. If we go to his report, which is in tab 7, and if you go forward to page 308.
To which page?
308.
Which page, sorry?
308.
Yep.
And so he identifies a couple of transactions. Do you see there, Q2, ICD Brookfield Place, and net rent per square foot, and he's got a range, doesn't he? He's got 200 for a large office, and then 240 for a smaller office.
Yeah, and I suspect the large office was the pre-let to Ernst & Young, which was, from memory, about 110,000 square foot. I don't know what size the small letting was.
I see. And then if we look at, I mean, if we look at your evidence on this, we go to page E84. We see a table of developments, don't we? And so you've taken that data in that table from your own sources, have you? Is that right?
Well, there is no data in the column for ICD Brookfield.
I know. I'm asking you about the whole of the table. The whole of the table. The data in that table on, for example, achieved rates and occupancy, that comes from your own sources, does it?
That's right.
And you have not actually, I think, provided us with the data, but that's your own summary of your own data.
So the team that has worked with me have spoken to participants in the market to get that data.
Yes, I see. But so somewhere you've got the information, but you've just provided the ranges. Is that right?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And I think you said just now that you actually have the data for ICD Brookfield Place.
No, I explained that I'd negotiated with ICD Brookfield Place on a particular deal. So I know what they quoted me, I know what I negotiated with them.
So you don't know what rates were achieved on that deal?
I hear from them, on which deal?
On the deal that you were involved in?
The deal didn't conclude.
I see.
I was actually acting for the party.
I see. All right. Well, one thing you do, though, is you provide data for Burj Daman. So can we just look at that briefly? And I think what you say is that achieved rates and occupancies in 2018 from your own data.
Sorry, Mr. Montague, are we still on E84?
Yes, same page. So if you look in the middle, the column Burj Daman, do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
So completion year 2014, and you see the size and all the rest. But I'm looking at the achieved rates and occupancy. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
All right. And those come out at, on your data, 170 to 200 per square foot, yes?
Correct.
So that's the range that, as far as you're aware, was being achieved in ICD Brookfield.
That's the range in Burj Daman.
I mean, sorry, Burj Daman, you're correct, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I've been staring at screens and documents for longer than you have this week, so that was my fault. All right. And so if one was to take the mid-range, one would get to about 185 dirham per square feet for Burj Daman. That looks like what property, on average, is achieving in Burj Daman in 2018.
If you take that range, that is the average, correct.
But on the basis of your information, that looks like what is being achieved for office rentals in 2018 in Burj Daman, yes?
Well, clearly Mr. Brand has more information than me, and he's showing even higher than that.
I think I know what you're talking about. So Mr. Brand identifies, I think, two discrete lettings, which took place in 2017 and 2018. Is that your point?
No, all I was pointing out was Mr. Brand also has evidence between 200 and 230.
Well, he's got evidence of, I think, two transactions, isn't it?
Yes, 2017, 2018.
Yes, actually, maybe it's three. So it's three lettings at that price. All right. Now, I think so. 2017, 2018. You're talking about 3 or 4 years after the majority of the stock has come onto the market. Yes.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
So if you're talking about transactions in 2017, 2018, that's 3 or 4 years after the property's come online and the bulk of it's been released onto the market, yes?
Well, the project comes online, the pre-project comes online in 2017.
Sorry, I'm talking about Berge de Man. I'm talking about Berge de Man.
When it came on?
2014, Berge de Man came on, yes?
Right.
So those two transactions that Mr. Brandt has identified, those come on. Those relate to 3 or 4 years into the life of that project of Berge de Man.
It would appear so, yes.
Right. But just coming back to your own figures, if we look at E83, which is the page before the one we were just looking at.
Yeah.
Do you see that taking the range that we looked at, 170 to 200, it looks like that stock is renting out at a lower rate than the older, more central stock in the IFC precinct, Gate precinct. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the point is. Sorry.
Well, don't worry about the point, but if you can just confirm with me that if we look at the rental rates in as I understand it, 2018 for Gate Precinct and Currency House, being the what you would say prime DIFC, those rates are 220 to 250 and 200 to 230. Yes? Yes. So all I'm asking you is that isn't it likely that the rates that would be achieved by this particular project would be closer to those that you see in Berge de Man than the ones that you see, for example, in the Gate Precinct, Currency House?
Not necessarily, on the basis that when the project in 2017 is brand new, versus these buildings which are slightly older, you could argue it would in fact command a premium.
But at this stage, Berge de Man is only 3 years old, isn't it? 2018?
Yes.
There's not going to be much of a premium.
We can't legislate what the premium is going to be. I don't know what the premium is, but that is a possibility.
So you're speculating, you're not giving evidence that you think there would be a premium?
No, I think we need to focus on where have I taken my benchmarks from, and I've explained those, I believe, clearly. And that's why my assessment of rental value is as it is.
But you accept that the project that we're thinking about here and we're considering is more like the Berge de Man project than it is like the Gate Precinct, yes?
I think it's in a more similar location, which is one factor.
Yes, but when it's built, it will be of a similar character and quality, presumably, to the Berge de Man development, yes?
Certainly the Berge de Man is a high quality building, and the proposed project is a high quality building as per the specification reflected by the build cost.
So you agree with me?
I agree with you that, sorry.
When it's built, the project would have been of a similar character and quality to the Berge de Man development. That's the proposition.
Character, well, I don't know what the design will ultimately look like, but it is, if it's of the same specification and amenity, then it will be similar.
Yes. So isn't it better then to look at the rates that were being achieved by Berge de Man and see whether or not, when predicting what rates would be achieved in this project?
As I said, I've taken my benchmarks, and I'm confident that I've chosen the correct benchmarks. If you put Berge de Man into that pool of benchmarks, with it being lower, absolutely, it would reduce the lower equated rent. I haven't included it in my benchmarks.
I see. But if you did include it in your benchmarks, if you did take into account the rents that are being achieved and were being achieved in 2018 in Berge de Man, would you accept that Mr. Brand's estimate of a rate of about 190 dirham per square foot would sound about right?
I think you need to look at how Mr. Brand.
Sorry.
Well, I think it's important to explain to his lordship the basis of Mr. Brand's calculation, and Mr. Brand has taken the average of a very wide range of projects to include Central Park Towers. Central Park Towers is probably one and a bit kilometres to the southwest of the project and the prime area of DIFC. He's included Index, and they're around about 150, 160 dirhams per square foot per annum. It's a bit of, if I was to draw a parallel, and I'm just trying to think how I can help you here. If I was to draw a parallel, the central area of the DIFC that I keep referring back to, it's Berkeley Square. So I believe we are in Berkeley Square. The outlying areas are not Berkeley Square, maybe they're Holborn. But that's why when you assess rent for Berkeley Square, you use comparables in Berkeley Square. I believe we are part of Berkeley Square, if that assists.
Well, I wasn't really asking you about his methodology. I was asking about where he came out. And as you know, he came out at 190 dirham per square foot. If we look at the rates being achieved in Berge de Man, it looks like on average it's slightly lower than that, about 185 per square foot in 2018. So if we're trying to work out how much this project would achieve on its office space, wouldn't it be reasonable? Don't you think that, whatever you say about his methodology, Mr. Brand's conclusion of 190 dirham per square foot is perfectly reasonable, isn't it?
I think what would be useful is if we go to my supplemental report, where I highlight the effects of including different developments. You can see a breakdown as to how they change relative to the inputs.
Let me just stick with the question. And if you just think about the question that I'm asking, given the rates that were being achieved in Berge de Man, it's perfectly reasonable to expect something like 190 dirham per square foot would be achieved in this project. Do you agree with that or disagree with that? If you're allowed to take into account the Berge de Man example.
This is at 2018.
So, yeah, 2017, 2018, yes.
Okay, so is your 190 an average?
I'm just asking you for your opinion about Mr. Brandt's view, which is that we should really be thinking about rents on this project at around 190 dirham per square foot.
Sorry, and that goes back to what I said before. If I can show you in my supplemental report the effect of including what I describe as subprime developments, you can see that the default is if you take a prime rate and you mix it with a secondary rate, by default that prime rate comes down. I've focused on prime rates, and I stand by the rate I've adopted for the project. I don't know, Katerina, can we go to that analysis?
I don't think we necessarily need to see the analysis, because I think I'm just talking to you at the moment and asking you about your views. So what you've said is if you take a prime rate and you add in a subprime rate, then you get to something less than the prime rate, and obviously that logically follows. What I'm asking you to do is mix in the rates that we can see being achieved in Berge de Man. Yes?
Mm.
So are you
Yes.
saying that Berge de Man is a subprime development in this, in your language?
It is not in my Berkeley Square.
I see. And I thought that we had agreed that the plot that we are considering, PA01, and the characteristics of the project that was to be built on that plot were most closely comparable to Berge de Man.
It has similar characteristics. I still believe that plot forms part of, and I'm sorry if I keep going back to my Berkeley Square.
So
Its location.
when you told me that the locations were comparable,
They are comparable, being on the same side of Val Street.
yes, but the concept.
But in terms of north, sorry, go on. Sorry.
I know you finish your answer. It's my fault again.
In terms of north and south, they are. I don't know what the difference in maybe 250 meters.
Now, would you agree with Mr. Brandt that the market for office space and the prices being achieved for office space in the DIFC declined generally between 2018 and 2021?
Yes.
And would you agree with his assessment of that in the region of 10 to 15% reduction, something like that?
I don't have the stats, but I agree with Mr. Brand that the market was was depressed or depressing.
Depending whether you're a developer or a renter. Yeah. But would you agree that 10 to 15% sounds about right?
Hey, look, I'd need to crunch the numbers. You know, 2021, we're into COVID, which is an exceptional circumstance that no one would have foreseen. Whether you're predicting in 2018 or 2030, no one knew COVID was coming. The impact of COVID has been, well, obvious.
Yes, but I think what he says is that there was a decline before COVID. Do you agree with that?
I'd need to look at the numbers. The market wasn't super buoyant, but the actual rental rates are shown in the respective reports.
Well, your rental rates that you, I think, produce are 2018 rather than the period that comes after 2018. So I think I thought that you'd agreed with me, but that there was a decline between 2018 and 2021. Are you suggesting that that was only because of COVID, or do you accept that there was a general decline pre-COVID as well? As to the level, percentage-wise, I can't comment, but yeah, I would agree with that comment. All right. And it's not something that you have factored into your assessment, is it? That decline? No, because I've taken it either at 2013 or 2018. No hindsight. I see. So you've adopted the position when assessing the models of not considering information that you wouldn't have had as at the date of assessment, if I can put it like that. Correct. So, all right. Thank you. I want to move on to something else. Oh, we are due a break, I'm told. I'm afraid I've lost track.
Well, yes, we could take it now. It depends really how long your next section is likely to be, I guess.
It is a bit slower than I'd hoped, but then all my estimates are subject to skepticism in any event. I would say I think the next section is not very long, but it is a different section. So I think I am probably around 2/3 of the way through. So we will finish today, but maybe not terribly early.
All right. We'll take the 3/4 of an hour break now then, please. And same rules apply, please, Mr. Williamson. Thank you very much.
Understood, sir. Understood.
All set, Mr. Williamson?
Yes, Your Lordship.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Williamson, I wanted to move on to a different topic, which is still dealing with the question of offices and the rentals that can be achieved from them, and still dealing with the still dealing with the approved so-called approved projects, so the 97% offices. And I think that there is a difference between you and Mr. Brand about how, if I can put it like this, how full you can expect those office spaces to become once a stabilized occupancy has been achieved. Yes?
Agreed.
And I think the difference is, you say it would reach 85%. He says it reached 75%. You remember that?
I remember that, yes.
All right, and so what I want to do is ask you some questions about the basis of your opinion. I appreciate what you say about it being your professional opinion, but let's look at what's underlying that if we can. So if you can look at, please, at bundle E, again, back in your first report, tab 1, page 20.
Yeah.
And paragraph 4.16 is really where you go. You provide the evidence on this. You say, an attempt to determine the stabilised occupancy for the approved project. I've considered occupancy within the Gate Precinct and Alphatan Currency House, given their proximity to the approved project. So, and then you've taken an average and knocked off 3%, and you've got to your 85%. So by way of comparators, you have used Prime Central DIFC, haven't you?
I have.
And again, you've done that, if I can call it a point analysis, you've taken a point in time being 2013, and you've assumed knowledge of everything you would have known in 2013.
Correct.
And so you have not considered the occupancy of other projects which were available for comparison in 2017, but not available in 2013.
That's correct.
All right. And I think one of the things we can go to it if you like, but one of the things you say in your supplementary report is that occupancy is to some extent a function of the rent that you are charging.
Yes.
So you're striking it back.
There is a correlation, absolutely.
Yeah. So there's a balance to be struck, isn't there? If we decide that this is the rent that's been fixed, that can go up or down, and that's going to affect the occupancy.
Correct. Yeah, along with items such as the specification and the amenity. And I think it's probably worth pointing out that in terms of amenity for the project, the approved project, you will see that within my assessment, I've exceeded the ratios, the car parking ratios required by the municipality by quite a certain factor to actually improve the marketability of the development across Dubai, and the DIFC is a very good case in point. Car parking is at an absolute premium, and if you were to build to the Dubai municipality guidelines, you are probably going to provide insufficient car parking. And a very good point is the ICD Brookfield building has a good ratio, but likewise I've actually included a ratio of around 38.5 for offices and I think 25 for retail. So in terms of marketability, I've bumped it as well, not to make it more valuable, but to make it more marketable.
All right, well, I'll come on to parking in due course, but if we just stick with where we think we're going to get to on occupancy on this particular development. Now, one of the things Mr. Brand has done is he's obtained the occupancy levels in Burj Daman. Have you seen those?
I have, yes.
Do you remember them, or do you want me to show them to you?
Let's go to them, please.
Yeah, they're on page E311. You'll find it behind tab 7.
Yeah, I have it. Thank you.
It's page 311. So it's the table at the bottom, stabilized vacancy. Office vacancy level. So he's done it the other way. If we say 78%, that's a vacancy of 22%.
Yeah.
But we can see that in Burj Daman, and we'll recall that came online in about 2014. By 2017, it's still at only 55% occupancy occupancy is improving. It gets up to what, 78% in 2020, and then declines again substantially.
Yes.
But in terms of stabilised occupancy across the period for Berge de Man, it's fair to say that that is something like 75%. Yes.
Yes.
Right, and then on these comparators that have been provided, you've got Central Park Office Tower, Emirates Financial Towers North and South. Now, the only one that has achieved consistently, at least, the sort of occupancy that you're contending for is Currency House.
Yes.
Which, as we've discussed, really that is prime central DIFC, isn't it?
And one of my major benchmarks, yes.
Yes. And so, again, what I'm suggesting is that wouldn't it be a better comparator when arriving at the occupancy for the proposed projects to look at Berge de Man, given that it's on the same side of the road and only, in effect, 2 plots down?
I wouldn't disagree. It could be included, certainly, as a comparator. What I would say is I think no one can predict occupancy and take up. It's not a market that is mature, say, as the UK, where you can look back in time and see a build-up of occupancy for certain buildings. I can point to you occupancies in 90 and 100%. I can equally point to you occupancies in 50 and 60%. What I've simply done is benchmark to the prime area that I've described before for that occupancy, but I fully accept it could change one way or another. It could go up because this was a new building at the time, but it could go down.
Yes, but obviously what we're trying to do...
It could be low. Yeah, it could be lower than my estimate. I accept that.
I mean, what we're trying to do, though, is to come up with we'll never know because it wasn't built, obviously, but we're trying to come up with the best estimate we can of what the occupancy would have been. And what I'm suggesting is that rather than taking a rate which is closer to Currency House, Central Prime DIFC, wouldn't it be better to look and give more weight to comparators which are on the same side of the road, relatively close, same specification, and therefore more like the project that we're considering?
I agree with you. I don't think it is unreasonable to put Berge de Man into that group of properties. It is not unreasonable. I think it was interesting. We had a discussion way back with the DIFC. I think it was Mr. Al-Kindi, and he believes that the DIFC achieves a take-up rate per annum of around about 350,000 square foot, which gives you a feel. That has obviously got to be shared across the buildings. But I fully accept that this is probably one of the biggest variables that neither myself or Mr. Brand can pinpoint to, and it could be either side of both of our estimates.
Yeah, and the other thing you mentioned just then was take-up rates, and obviously when you're releasing 1 million square feet of offices onto the market, you can't expect it all to go straight to 85% overnight. So it takes a while for that to be absorbed into the market, yes?
Totally agree. And it's interesting, Mr. Brand has applied a pre-let to the project. I haven't. I think pre-letting in the Dubai market is very scarce. ICD Brookfield have done it. And primarily for the reason of who they are and the development it is. But look, this is possible. What it is, without a doubt, the hardest number to predict accurately. I've benchmarked. That's what I've done, and so has Mr. Brown.
All right, but let's have a look at how you arrive at your figures. Can I just ask you to look at your first report at page E21, please? Just looking at the factors that you took into account. Do you see there paragraph 418? Let's start there.
So I'm just going to look at E21.
E21, paragraph 4.8.
Yeah.
Thank you. You say, notably, the approved project would have completed in 2017 at a time when the DIFC office market was relatively buoyant with high levels of occupancy across most developments as shown in Appendix 4. So what you're doing there is you're considering the 2013 project, and you are looking at the state of the DIFC office market in 2017 for the purpose of assessing its buoyancy.
No, I'm saying as at 2017, those buildings were 6 to 8 years old. I'm not looking at 2017. I'm just saying that's their age at that period in time. So
I think
when this project was released, they were 6 to 8 years older than the project that was going to be delivered.
No, that's not this passage that I've just shown you. Are you looking at the same passage as me, 4.18? 418.
Sorry, no, I am now. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so you say notably the approved project would have completed in 2017 at a time when the DIFC office market was relatively buoyant. So there is another passage where you talk about 6 to 8 years old, and I'll come on and ask you about that in a bit. But here you are, aren't you, considering the 2013 project, but incorporating into your analysis information that you would only have known in 2017?
Yes, potentially. I'm sure. I'm demonstrating a trend, but yes, you are correct.
Yes. So isn't it right then that you are taking, for the rental income, as we've seen, you've fixed yourself in time in 2013. So you've looked at 2013 for the rates that would be arising on the project. Don't you see an inconsistency between the way in which you have approached those two things?
I don't think so. I'm benchmarking to the occupancy and the benchmarks I've given you. I've just made the comment that there is a trend that potentially supports the occupancy. But if you're saying that is using hindsight, I would disagree, because my benchmarks are back in 2013, the occupancies.
Well, you're obviously using hindsight, aren't you? If you're valuing from a 2013 perspective, but incorporating information about the buoyancy of the market in 2017.
I think we can agree to disagree on that. I'm confident I'm looking from 2013. I would reiterate, Mr. Montague-Smith, this is the hardest part of the equation, and I will admit that occupancy could be lower than my estimate, it could be higher than my estimate, but equally I suspect Mr. Brown would agree with that.
But one of the results of fixing yourself in the point of time in 2013 is that you only look at those two developments that we discussed, Currency House and Emirates Financial Towers actually are the ones that you look at. And I think those are the ones you see there in figure 14. And so you've confined yourself to those because you are not going to use hindsight and you're going to fix your viewpoint in 2013. And yet you pick information that appears to support your analysis from 2017 that you wouldn't have had in 2013. So aren't you just cherry picking the information that you want to use that you think will support your valuation?
No, I wouldn't agree with that statement. And if you look at my supplemental report, in an attempt to assist the court, I have demonstrated a sensitivity analysis to the impact of the change in occupancy.
All right, well, let's look at the occupancy information you do give in your second report. If we go forward, please, to page, behind tab 2, this is now, page E197. And so when you're talking about sales profile, so take-up rates, paragraph 4.20, do you see that? You say, in order to establish the sales profile of the residential units, I've considered the competing stock available at the time of starting sales for the project in 2013. At this time, there was limited competing stock for sale in the DIFC, namely Sky Gardens, Damac Towers, Limestone House, Liberty House and Index Tower. So when this stock is coming onto the market, in fact, that would have been in 2017, not 2013, yes?
Correct. But you would be pre-selling. But you would be pre-selling. The residential component is sold off plan.
Sorry, I may have taken you to the wrong passage. I think actually I'm looking at the HBU. I'm so sorry. That is my fault. Bear with me. So I do apologise. I meant to keep you in the same report and take you to that paragraph of the first report. So we've gone off piste, I'm afraid. So I'll take you back to page E21. It's a similar point, actually.
Yeah, I'm there.
So I'm so sorry. This is where we should be. So paragraph 4.20. You say it should be noted that the above developments as at 2017 were 6 and 8 years old, and whilst well maintained, were older stock. So now we're dealing with the approved project. So we're dealing with letting of offices. As you said, you're not considering pre-letting. So you're considering the position in 2017, yes?
Well, I'm in 2013, knowing that those buildings in 2017 are going to be 6 and 8 years old.
Yes, quite. But what we're doing here, though, isn't it, is we're looking at take-up rates. We're looking at the data for take-up rates as opposed to stabilised occupancy, yes?
Yes.
So the take-up rates for those properties and the data that's been looked at for them goes back to the date that those properties were released on the market, doesn't it?
Yeah, but those take-up, absolutely. But what those take-up rates are showing is a profile of take-up over a period of time, and they're considerable. Look, as I've said before, take-up occupancy will be the hardest variable for both sides to pinpoint, and it is possible that I could be optimistic or pessimistic. Equally, so could Mr. Brand.
Well, there's quite a big difference between you on take-up rates, isn't there? Because you say, I think, that you think there would have been 150,000 square feet released that would be taken up per year that would get you up to full occupancy within about 5 or 6 years.
It gets me up to 85%. Not full occupancy. I don't have full occupancy.
Yes, I understand. I mean stabilised occupancy, but thank you. But
Yes.
Your assumption is 150,000 square feet per year, yes?
Correct.
And I think Mr. Brand, he points out that when Burj de Man came on the market, the maximum annual take-up there was about 67,000 square feet per year, yes?
But he has the benefit of hindsight.
I see. So if you had the benefit of hindsight, let's use the benefit of hindsight. We now know that in the Burj de Man, annual take-up was only 67,000 a year or so. With the benefit of hindsight, 150,000 looks a bit high, doesn't it?
I agree.
All right. And with the benefit of hindsight, would you agree with his average of about 77,000 a year?
I need to run the numbers. I can't agree with his average until I've run the numbers.
Have you not looked at his evidence on this? Do you want me to show it to you? It's page 306.
I've seen the numbers he's presented. Absolutely.
Have you? What do you mean by run the numbers?
Well, I need to benchmark at a different date to the one I've benchmarked from. It's a different scenario. I haven't run that scenario.
Well, I'm just asking you for a best. So you're not prepared to say whether or not he's right or wrong in his analysis with the benefit of hindsight.
He could be both right and wrong. I don't know.
All right. Well, can I just show you what he says and see whether you agree with it or disagree with it or don't know? It's at E306.
Yeah.
And so do you see there, he's what he's done is at the top of this, you've got office take-up analysis, paragraph 124, and he's found Burj de Man 67,000 and a bit, and then he's seen Currency House, and obviously he's run the analysis back to the beginning of those developments when they first came on the market. Initially 82,000 and 87,000. He's taken an average of those, which is fairly straightforward, isn't it? I believe, and he's produced an annual average take-up of 77,000. So in terms of running the numbers, there's not an awful lot to run. I mean, that is the average of those numbers, isn't it?
He's used different. Sorry, Mr. Montague-Smith. Sorry.
No, sorry. Go on. Do say what you wanted to say.
He's used different benchmarks to me.
Yes, but with the benefit of hindsight, it's appropriate to use the Burj de Man as a benchmark.
If I had the benefit of hindsight, I would agree with you.
All right.
It would be included within my analysis.
And therefore you would agree, presumably, with where he comes out at about 77,000 if you had the benefit of hindsight.
Well, as I said, I can't comment on his specific number because I would have to run further analysis, but it would likely have a negative impact on the occupancy and take up for the project.
Would you accept that, for example, ICD Brookfield is not achieving anything like 150,000 square feet per year take up?
I don't know what the take up of ICD Brookfield is currently. ICD Brookfield has been sadly battered by the effects of COVID, as have most developments. So, you know, I don't think ICD Brookfield at the moment is a very good benchmark, and you can't use it for 2013 currently.
All right. Now we do have to go to your supplementary report, I'm afraid. So if we go
before you go there, Mr. Montague-Smith, looking at table 29 at the top of E306, Currency House was one of the properties used by Mr. Williamson, but not, I think, either Central Park or Burj de Man. I think I'm right in thinking, aren't I, that he used Currency House and Emirate Financial Towers?
That is correct.
So there's a difference there as well. It's not just Burj de Man that features.
Yes,
correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I was.
No, you're absolutely correct, and apologies if I was asking questions that somehow were misleading as to how that was put together. I think I was suggesting that actually Burj de Man is probably the best comparator, but even if you factor in these other...
I understand that point, but the
Yes.
average is not simply taking Mr. Williamson's figures and adding in Burj de Man. It's actually got one different property.
I think that's fair. Thank you. If you just give me 1 moment, sorry. Yeah. All right. Could we then please go to your second report and page 187 of this bundle?
Where's my second report? Yeah, this one. 187.
187, you see. And so I'm just going to show you
Yeah.
what you respond on take up. Do you see there 3.22?
I do.
So you say you adopted 149,000 or 150,000 pound in take up for the office component, and you say whilst you acknowledge that there's a certain degree of subjectivity, you say this: I've partly based my calculation on consideration that at the time of starting operations in 2017, the directly competing stock in DIFC would have been between 6 to 8 years old. Now, two things. First, as we've discussed, Burj de Man would have been directly competing stock, wouldn't it?
It would have been a competing stock. I wouldn't say directly, but it's definitely competing stock, yes.
Well, it's 2 plots down on the same side of Al Mustaqbal. Of course, it's going to be directly competing, isn't it?
Define directly competing. They're all competing.
Well, you wrote the words directly competing. So you're suggesting that you wrote it on the third line there, the directly competing stock in DIFC. So tell me, are you just therefore talking about Currency House and the gate?
Which paragraph?
There's only one paragraph that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I just read it to you. I have partly based my calculation, do you see that? On consideration that at the time of starting operations in 2017, the directly competing stock in DIFC would have been between 6 to 8 years old.
Now the directly competing stock is Currency House.
I see. So you say, do you, that Berge de Man is not directly competing? That's your position.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree it's competing, but it's not directly, and it goes back to my analogy of location and Berkeley Square.
So it's indirectly competing?
It's competing.
All right. But one of the things you don't do is go back to look at what was competing with, or what was or wasn't competing with your benchmarks when they were released on the market. You don't undertake any analysis like that, do you?
No, I don't. I just look at what their take-up rates and occupancy rates were at those times.
Yes, but what you're saying here is that there is a important aspect, which is that this particular stock would not have been competing, but you have not done any analysis as to whether or not your benchmarks were also in the same position or in a different position as far as competition goes.
No.
So it's a bit hard to say then that that is a relevant factor in your analysis in differentiating these things from the benchmarks.
I've taken the benchmarks at the dates, their occupancy, and I've benchmarked from those as to how they were competing in the market. I think the evidence of the statistics that are shown shows you what was happening around them, potentially. But I don't know. I don't know what was competing with them.
I see.
You're right. I haven't factored that in.
Now, but you're making the point that there is a distinct aspect of this proposed project, which is about competing stock, and that this is in relation to the 2013 project, of course. When it comes to the 2018 project, that would have come online in 2022, and therefore it would then have been competing directly, presumably on your analysis, with ICD Brookfield, yes?
It would have been competing with ICD Brookfield, correct?
Would it have been competing directly with ICD Brookfield?
They're all competing with one another. I think that the comparables I've adopted, I would say that are the direct ones, the competing ones, anything else in the DIFC to a certain extent. Pricing is a big factor in this as well.
Well, you drew a distinction between competing and directly competing. I'm just trying to understand your evidence. Would you accept that, however you define, or you defined it, directly competing, ICD Brookfield would be something which directly competed with the 2018 project when it came online?
I can only repeat what I said. It will compete. It's not in my Berkeley Square.
So just so I'm clear, your evidence is that the plot on PA01, which is the other side of Mustaqbal Road, is a superior plot to the one where you have ICD Brookfield built.
It's not that scientific. It has different characteristics. In terms of visibility, it is probably the most visible site in the DIFC. It is incredibly prime. All
right. But my point is that you, in reaching your 150,000 per square foot per year take-up rates, you say you've taken into account in 2013 this fact that there would have been aging stock competing.
Yes.
But that position certainly wouldn't exist in relation to the 2018 project because you've got the ICD Brookfield project coming online, yes?
Agreed.
But what you actually do is you simply adopt the same take-up rate for both the 2013 and 2018 projects, yes?
And that goes back to what I said in terms of how do you pinpoint this number. You know, I've given reason why I've come up with that, and I stand by that. Equally, Mr. Brand has done the same. This is not a science, and I fully agree that this number could be lower or higher.
Yes, but you have given a number, and then in this report you've given an explanation for that number in relation to the 2013 project. You've carried the same number over to the 2018 project when you accept that explanation wouldn't apply. What that suggests is that actually this factor, aging competing stock, had nothing at all to do with the way that you arrived at your 150,000 per square foot per year figure, did it?
Your approach, yeah, I think it's potentially right, yeah.
Well, I'm asking about your approach. You said in your evidence that you partly based your calculation on a particular factor. And I'm suggesting that actually... Sorry, carry on.
I based it on multiple factors.
Yes, but you have said in your evidence, in your report, in your supplemental report, that you actually based it in part on this factor. And what I'm suggesting to you is that simply cannot be true. Can it?
I didn't say this particular factor. Take up occupancy driven by multiple factors: specification, location, amenity, rent, accessibility. And you know, as I've said earlier, I've made changes to certain inputs to reflect all of that. I can only go on the benchmarks that I've adopted, and from those benchmarks, apply my own reasoning, and I'd stand by that.
I'm just going to ask one more time. All I'm asking you about at the moment is how you arrived at your 150,000 square foot per year figure. I'd understood your written evidence to be that it was based in part on an analysis of the age of the competing stock. Now, for the reasons that I've explained, I've suggested that cannot in fact have been the factor that you yourself took into account when arriving at 150,000 square feet per year. Do you accept that?
I agree. I accept that. There were multiple factors that came that how I decided or deduced rather the 150,000 square feet.
But I'm suggesting that this cannot have been one of those multiple factors. Do you agree?
Why are you suggesting that?
For the reason.
I don't know why you're suggesting that.
All right, let's leave it there. Let me ask you about another topic, Mr. Williamson. When it comes to the exit from the property, from the project, yeah, what you have done is you have valued what the developer, what Hexagon, well, first you value what the joint venture company would have been left with, and then you take a proportion of that and give it and attribute it to Hexagon. So the starting point is in order to reach the value, for example, of the 97% offices projects, you apply an exit yield, don't you?
Correct. What I've done is capitalized value. Capitalized. It's a similar. Well, it's the same multiplication.
Yes, and there's a difference between you and Mr. Brand on the rate to be applied when undertaking that capitalization process. Yes.
Correct.
Not
necessarily the process. The actual rate we've come up is different.
Yes. Sorry, my lord has a question.
I want to ask a question. I'm unclear on the basis for the exit process. What is the underlying assumption that this is going to take place? And why do we get into exit yield and so on?
It's a hypothetical assumption, Your Lordship,
Yes.
which is typical in any appraisal, to show the cash flow in the event the development had been sold. There isn't necessarily an assumption that it will be sold, but had it been sold, because you have to stop the cash flow at a moment in time.
Well, that's my question. Why do we stop it at any particular point in time?
When we get to stabilisation, occupancy stabilisation.
Yeah, my question is why is this assumption adopted? You know,
It's
as I understand,
fairly
forgive me, Mr. Williamson, but I think, as I understand what you are seeking to do, you're seeking to calculate the lost profit as a result of this deal going ahead. And I think what you're telling me, and what appears in both your report and Mr. Brand's report, is that both of you proceed on the basis that there comes a point at which you effectively capitalize that loss in the context of selling the property, even if that is not the reality that was going to occur. Have I understood that right?
Yes, sir.
Why do you make that assumption? Simply because it's the only way of coming to a finite end to a lost profits claim?
Yeah, ultimately they're crystallising their rental income. They're capitalising it. So yes, absolutely, it is the exit gives you a finite figure. Otherwise, you'd continue the cash flow forever.
Well, until the building's demolished, presumably.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, if you weren't doing it that way, you'd have to say, well, the life of this building is 20 years or whatever the average life of an office building is in the DIFC, and work out the figures all the way through to that, which
yes, sir.
Obviously has a greater measure of uncertainty than forecasting for the next few years. But that's the underlying thinking, is it?
Yes, sir.
Right. And Mr. Montague-Smith, that's Mr. Brand's approach as well. You're mute.
Yes, my lord. Our understanding is that is the approach that is generally taken on the evaluation of these sorts of rights. One does a cash flow for a period with a capitalization at the end of the period, and then we say one then discounts the entire thing, and that is how one arrives at net present value.
Yes.
So there is guidance in we can go to it if we need to, in the supporting materials, for example, for Mr. Brand's report, which sets out that process, and it does include a capitalization.
Yes, okay. And I think I need someone to explain to me what exit yield means.
Your Lordship,
Perhaps you can do that, Mr. Williamson. Can you do that in simple terms for a simple man?
Yes, sir. So if and the yield is driven by market evidence. So what are buildings selling for within a particular market, within a particular use class? So if we take offices, for example, I've adopted what you call an exit yield of 7%. That produces a multiple. So a developer or investor who owns a building is receiving a 7% return on his price. As a multiple to get to value, it's the inverse. So it's about 14.3. 8% gives you 12.5. And so you take that multiple to the net cash flow on stabilization to give you your exit value. And that is also known as the exit yield.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Do you have any other questions at this stage?
No.
I didn't mean to. That was not in any way intended to be a sarcastic question, no matter how it came across. I do apologise if that's how it did.
No, it's all right.
I might go get a cup of tea. But,
no, that's fine.
Thank you.
I may interrupt again to ask idiot boy questions, but you know that's my style. It's better that I should understand than continue in ignorance.
It is the aim of the process, my lord. So if it's not achieving that, then yes, absolutely, please do. All right. Let me just summarise. I mean, the difference between you and Mr. Brand on this aspect of it is that you have adopted an exit yield of 7%, and Mr. Brand has used one of 8%, yes?
Correct.
And the result of that is that it generates a higher multiple for the revenue streams than it does for Mr. Brand.
Correct. My multiple is 14.3, I think, and Mr. Brand's is 12.5.
Yes, and I think what you have both done is you've looked at comparables in the market to try to understand what kind of yield is achievable or has been achieved, and then project from there as to what you think would happen in this case.
So yeah, I've looked at benchmarks from, well, comparables, as you say. Yield evidence is probably the best description. Yield evidence of sales across Dubai, produced by Knight Frank, an independent firm, and Mr. Brand has done the same from his own in-house data. What I would say, and for the court's benefit, is, again, this is not a science, but if you were to look at this, say, in a mature market such as the UK, you could probably get yield evidence from sales of secondary buildings and secondary market, I meant, to a degree of accuracy of possibly 25 basis points, because there is such a high volume of transactions of investment product. In the Middle East, it's very different. There is a very small secondary market, and hence you have limited yield evidence.
Yes, but you've accumulated what you can, and Mr. Brand has accumulated what he can. And in fact, there's quite a degree of overlap in terms of the benchmarks that you adopt.
Correct.
All right. And we'll come on and we'll look at those in a moment. But just to look at actually one of the criticisms you make of what Mr. Brand's approach, if we look at page E188 and we go to paragraph 3.28, and you refer to one of your comparables here, and as I say, we'll come to them in a moment, but just to see the thrust really of what you say has gone wrong with his analysis. You refer to your 7% and you say the above is supported by the U-Bora Tower transaction Mr. Brand highlights within his yield comparables within Appendix H, example 4, which is reported to have sold at 8%, the same rate he has applied for the project. Notably, however, U-Bora is located in Business Bay area, an area which Mr. Brand quotes within paragraph 223 of his report as being an inferior location to DIFC. Thus, in the absence of other known factors as highlighted above, it would appear that Mr. Brand's approach to yield is inconsistent and potentially flawed. And if we go back actually probably to 327, we see that fundamentally, as I understand your criticism of his approach, you say that the main driver for yield should be the location of the property, yes?
No, I say earlier on that yield is determined normally by having regard to 4 or 5 factors, really. You look at covenant strength, so what we call the covenant strength of the tenants within a building. You would then look at the lease terms of those lettings, so what we call security of income. You would then look at the specification of the building, the amenities within the building, and the location. Today, I only know 2. I know the location and the specification. Equally, so does Mr. Brand. Knowing it is, and I cannot emphasize how good this site is, knowing it is a prime site, knowing it will be to the highest level of specification, I draw my conclusion of 7% from those benchmarks. Business Bay is a location, it's got to be 3.5, 4 kilometers away from this site. Rental rates for the buildings in that locality are significantly low. I can't comment on the specification of U-Bora, but to say that the subject site, knowing what we know, location and specification, is the same as a sale of an investing building in Business Bay, I think is flawed.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to cut through some of that. Obviously, you have identified 4 factors at paragraph 3.25 that you think are relevant. But given, as you say, that you know, in terms of comparison with the benchmarks, the only thing you've really got to go on is location, then as I'd understood your evidence
and specification and specification.
Yeah, well, you would say, well, in fact, what you say is 328, you say in the absence of other known factors, it would appear that Mr. Brand's approach to yield is inconsistent. And the reason that you gave that is because of the location. So I'd understood that you were saying that the location was really all that we've got to go on here.
Well, I think in 3.26, I also refer to the specification and the cost applied to the development. So I know two things. That is all I know at this moment in time.
You know two things about the development, but when it comes to the comparison, the primary comparison is the fourth one. Yes?
Can you take me to that, please?
No, but I'm just saying it as I'm saying it as
sorry, I thought you meant yield. Apologies, yeah.
As a matter of logic, when you're comparing it with the benchmarks, unless you know a lot about the specification of the properties that are being benchmarked, really all you know is the location. So I'd understood 3.28 and saying, as you saying, you can only really go on the location when setting the yield. Is that not what you're saying?
No, you go on the specification. I have gone on the specification and the location. I think if you look at also at the two schedules, the Knight Frank yield evidence and Mr. Brand's evidence, the range, the most hot, for want of a better word, yield, I think it's at 6 and a bit %. So that if I had applied that would throw up an even higher multiple. I haven't adopted that. I've adopted a yield that reflects the qualities I've just described to you.
Well, I'm just trying to take it in stages. So if you look at paragraph 3.26, for example, and yes. Do you see the final sentence of that? You say, in fact, all that is known is 4, namely the location of the project, with the project being located within a prime section of DIFC. So when you concluded that Mr. Brand had gone wrong in comparing the project with the Eubora Tower, weren't you saying that he shouldn't have done that because of the location, not any other factor?
Well, if you read the complete paragraph, it also refers to car parking, which puts the project in an even better position because it's actually being allocated more car parking spaces than most developments in the DIFC.
Well, what did you mean then when you said, in fact, all that is known is 4, namely the location of the project?
So let me read it, right? Well, what is it? No, I think that's a misinterpretation. I talk about the specification, I talk about the amenity, that's pretty clear, and then the location. So my yield application is based on those factors.
All right. Should we look, please, at some of these comparators? We'll find them firstly in Mr. Brand's report. So it's bundle E, tab 7, page 405.
Yeah.
And I won't go through them all in too much detail, but just to run through them. Now, the first of these is 3 floors of the index tower, which is in the DIFC, yes?
It is, yes.
And in fact, that's the only comparable anyone has been able to identify that's in the DIFC, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Right, so if one of the key critical points that we're looking for when we're setting the yield is the DIFC, that would make this one of the most valuable comparators, wouldn't it?
No, I'm afraid this one is strata title, and for that reason, the yield is very different.
All right, well, I'll come on to strata title. So you've just ruled this out. You haven't incorporated that in your range at all, is that right?
I haven't ruled it out at all, but I think you've got to compare like strata title is not palatable whatsoever in the whole of Dubai currently. That is probably reflected in that yield.
All right, well, I'll come on to strata title in a moment, but one of your criticisms of Mr. Brand in your evidence is that you say he has adopted a yield at the higher end of the spectrum of his yield range. Now,
where do I say that?
Well, I don't.
Do I say that, sorry?
Yes, you do. Well, I'm just reading it out from your. You don't remember saying that. Do you criticise?
Can you take me to it, please?
Well, I'm asking you about your evidence. I'll show it to you if you like, but this isn't a test on your evidence. It's about what your view is. So, is your view or is your view or is it not that Mr. Brand has adopted a yield at the higher end of the spectrum of the range of yields that he has provided? Just sitting here now.
Mr. Montague-Smith, I don't know where I've said that. Can we go to that, please?
Well, you have said it, but that's not the question I'm asking you. I'm asking you about your view. Right now, you're giving evidence to the court about your opinion. You've read Mr. Brand's evidence. Do you criticise his evidence or do you not on the basis that he has taken a yield at the higher end of the spectrum of his yield range?
Where do I say at the higher end of the spectrum? I apologise.
Well, I'll show it to you. All right, we can go back to it then. I'd like to come back to this, so don't put this one away, but if we go to page E187, you will see at paragraph 3.27, that is one of the criticisms that you make of him.
Sorry, E187. Okay, yes, I'm there.
And I'm just reading out to you, really, your conclusion at the end of that paragraph. Do you see that?
There's 3.27.
Yes. You say, in absence of known factors such as covenant strength and lease terms, but knowing the prime location and having reasonable reference to specification, I'm surprised that Mr. Brand has adopted a yield at the higher end of the spectrum of his yield range. So now, having read that and seen that I was accurate and that you did in fact say that, is that your view?
I'm reading it. Yeah, no, you're right.
Is that your view?
Is my view, sorry.
What you've written there, is that now your view?
That's actually incorrect. So what I'm saying, that's in the absence of known factors such as covenant strength and lease terms, but knowing that the prime location having reasonable reference to the specification, I am surprised that Mr. Brand has adopted a yield at the higher end of the spectrum. It should say lower end, in fact, because what he's done is he's taken 8%, which produces a multiple of 12.5. I've taken 7%, which produces a multiple of 13.4. So that's probably misleading in terms of the higher end of the spectrum. Quite simply, he's benchmarked, as I have, to different yield evidence. My benchmark is primarily driven by the location and the specification of the development on the site.
Right. So you withdraw that, do you?
I do, yes.
I see. And so therefore you would accept, would you, that when it comes to the range of comparators that he uses, he's actually taken a yield that is below the mid-range. Would you accept that?
Well, as I said earlier, I could have taken a yield at the hottest end of the range. I haven't.
Well, would you accept that that's what he has done? He's taken something that's actually slightly below the middle of the range.
But you're trying to make it scientific. It isn't scientific.
So you've just put a finger in the air and you said, in my view, 7% is about right. And I can't really help you with why.
No, as I said, I've looked at the location and I've considered the specification. I've also considered the amenity, and I have concluded this. And I apologize for just harping on it. This is a superb site.
All right. So if we go to the, in fact, let's look at the comparators that you have in your report, shall we? So we're now at E187 in the same bundle. If you turn back to page 25.
So E25. Apologies. Where do you want me to go?
Sorry, if we go to, in actually E25, you simply refer to an appendix. It should be Appendix 7, which we'll find at E89. So hopefully you can agree with me that those are your comparators. E89.
E89, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm afraid my copy is very difficult to read. I hope yours is slightly better.
It's not so good.
Yeah, so now if we go down that list, it looks like there are only 2 in there that have a yield, 2 transactions with a yield of less than 8%, yes?
Correct.
And they are the ADCB tower and the Edge building. And it looks like everything else is over 8%.
Yep.
And I don't think you include in there the index sale.
These are from Knight Frank.
So were you
not independent?
I see. So were you not aware of the index tower sale when you put together your evidence?
No.
I see. Now, the index tower, as you say, was a strata sale. The Edge building was not a strata sale, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe it is.
Well, if it's an entire building, you're not going to be selling off some part of the building and leaving a residual and leaving the land behind, are you?
I don't know. Does it say the entire building?
Well, it says the Edge building.
Well, equally, it says index tower, doesn't it, for the strata title? I don't know.
No, the provision that we saw was level 26, 27, and 28 of the index tower.
Okay, no, understood.
Well, what about the ADCB tower? Do you see that?
I do, yes.
That's the other one, wasn't it? That's under 8%. That was the entire tower that was sold, wasn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. Would you also accept that that is, in a sense, an iconic tower in some ways in Dubai?
Not necessarily iconic. I think it's in a reasonable location. I think probably the drivers behind that, I think it's partly a sale and leaseback, so it's probably driven by covenant strength more than anything else. I
see. So that, and the covenant strength, meaning you've got a blue chip client that's going to be there for decades, that is going to push down the yield.
Absolutely. It becomes almost like a bond.
Yes. All right.
Is that 6.75? We try to read it with a magnifying glass, but
that's what I have.
Yes, Your Lordship, I believe it is. Yes,
thank you.
Sir.
And the Edge building is 6.5.
Yes, I see that. Thank you.
Yes. And as we've seen, everything else is over 8%. Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the range in here goes from 6.5% yield to 10% yield, yes?
Correct.
So you have not chosen a point in that spectrum, have you?
No, I go back to the point that if you did, this is not a science. You know, these buildings are all in different locations with different covenants from the tenants, whatever. So that's why those yields are in that final column. Those yields have come from a makeup of different factors. As I said, I can only go on the 2 factors that I know for sure, and that's where I've come from.
But my point, isn't it, my point is that you're not really using these comparables at all, are you? If you just ignore the range, but say, well, it's incredibly important that this is in the DIFC, and there are no DIFC comparables there. You're not actually out of view in these comparables, are you?
Well, but I haven't ignored the range. I'm within the range.
But you're right at the bottom end of the range.
Yes, and for the reasons I've explained.
But don't these numbers show that actually the range, or the yield rate that you will get is not predominantly driven by the location?
You'd have to analyse each an individual deal in isolation. But I think what you're trying to do is apply a science to these comparables, which is not what you do. And I'll go back to the analogy for Berkeley Square. You know, buildings in Berkeley Square, yes, they do command generally better tenants, and they probably have longer length leases. But you don't sell buildings in Berkeley Square at 10% or 15% generally. They are at the prime end of the yield range. And that's my approach in this case. So yes, this is a range. It does show a lot of yields above those that I've employed. There are some below it, but I stand by the approach I've adopted, which I believe is absolutely correct.
These are figures that come from research published in 2019, yes?
Correct.
So some of this information would not have been available in 2013?
Correct.
So you're using hindsight for this purpose as well, aren't you?
No, this is a trend, you know, and in fact, yield isn't necessarily driven by timing. It's driven by a number of factors.
So your evidence is that looking at data from 2019, when you're considering the project from the perspective of 2013, is not the use of hindsight. That's your evidence.
Sorry, the data was published in 2019. It doesn't show the dates of the sales.
So you think that no sales took place between 2013 and 2019? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what sales took place between 2013 and 2019.
Realistically, some of these will have taken place in that intervening period, won't they?
Possibly.
All right. Now, you mentioned a premium for strata space, and I think you accept that where a building has strata space, if I can put it, or is structured on a strata basis, that produces a risk which needs to be factored in. Is that right?
So I don't understand the relevance of premium for strata. Sorry.
Sorry, that's fair. So if you are selling a strata space and you are trying to value it and capitalize its value, the yield will tend to increase as compared to if you're selling an entire building, for example.
Yeah, and it's the reason behind that, to give more sort of colour to it, is what you lose with selling strata is control of a building, and so you get what is known as multiple landlords within one building, and what you also get is dispute on cost. Common areas quite often are not kept to the right standard, and with the strata law following the sale of strata, it's been a bit of a mess, to be honest. So absolutely, the strata title, to your point, it probably has a negative premium.
Yes, so negative premium, yes, quite. That's a fair way of putting it. So if we talk about it like that, the bottom line, isn't it, is that unless you buy the whole of the building, then you're only buying part of it, and someone else will be in control of the land and the common parts and all the rest of that.
Well, you probably have a share of the common parts and the land, but you only own a particular strata.
Yes, and the way that would be organised is that there would be a company incorporated to own the common parts? Is that how it works?
To be honest, in Dubai, in Dubai, it's all, honestly, a lot of it's been retrospective, so it's a bit of a mess.
I see. All right. Now, when we're dealing with this particular development, you have, I think, valued, for example, the office space, haven't you? And you valued the retail space individually.
Sorry, when you say valued?
Yes, so you've arrived at a value based on, you've capitalized the income to arrive at a value for those aspects of the building, haven't you?
The effect is very similar, yes. I have capitalized the stabilized net revenue at a point in time by adopting a multiple, as I explained, from a yield. So I've applied a multiple to that income stream to come up with an exit figure. And it is, yes, it is very similar to value.
Well, is it value? It's value. It is value, though. It's identical to value, isn't it?
I have not conducted a formal valuation. I've simply capitalized an income stream.
But you've done that in order to arrive at the value of that property, yes?
Well, that capitalized amount forms part of my cash flows, which combined give you the figure that I've deduced as the loss of profit.
So do you or do you not accept that the capitalization gives you the value of the property?
No, because you have to add to that the income streams as well.
But you are capitalizing the income streams in this. So how do you
run the income streams? What I've done, there's a cash flow for 12 years. So I've run the cash flow post completion annually, built up to stabilization, and then as at year 12, I've added a capitalization rate to that stabilized income. So you've got annual income stepping up, and then you've got a lump sum at the end, which is the hypothetical sale.
And that's the bit I'm asking you about. You've capitalized it to get to the value of the property as at the exit date.
Well, I've added a capitalization rate to a point in time, and I've also added, so it's a bigger number than just the single number that you're talking about.
Can I show you page E26, please?
I'm there, yes.
Paragraph 4.43. You say, although the parties may not have had plans to sell the approved project, my approach simply assumes a hypothetical sale to demonstrate the value that could have been achieved had the project been developed. So are you not saying that the value is obtained on exit by the capitalization?
As I said earlier,
basis, but it's quite distracting.
Pardon?
Are you not saying that the value is obtained on exit by the capitalization process?
As I said earlier, value capitalization is very interchangeable in the industry. What I haven't done is value this particular asset. I've capitalized the income stream.
So you don't think that those two are equivalent, the capitalization of the income stream and the value?
No.
I see.
Not in this case.
Not in this case. It would be in another case?
In what case
what
would
aspect,
that be?
What aspect of this case is it that means that that is not the value as at the exit date?
I've run the cash flow from practical completion of the development, and the development was vacant. I've stepped the rental revenue, net revenue, to allowing for OPEX over the period to stabilization, and then I've adopted a capitalization rate. The value is probably very similar to that number, but what I haven't done is undertake a formal valuation.
So if you were to sell the office space, the capitalization tells you what you would ask for it. Is that fair?
So it goes back to the definition of yield. an investor will look at the income stream, look at the security of tenure, look at the length of lease, what we describe as the WALT. Again, have regard to the specification, the location. Look at what's happening in the market with yield evidence, and apply that yield. Again, you need to also understand that if it was that scientific, then there wouldn't be a surveying industry, to be honest. You've got to look at what happens in terms of under-rented and over-rented properties, the future, and so you can't just say it is that simple. It isn't that simple.
But the comparators that we were looking at earlier were based on the transaction prices for those properties, weren't they?
The yield evidence was reflected what those buildings were delivering in terms of net revenue, and the yield is what the purchaser would have effectively been able to take once acquiring that building. Yes, I didn't explain that very well. Sorry.
Yep. So the whole point of looking at those comparators, yes, was to go to them because they were derived from the prices that have been paid in the market for comparable properties. Yes.
They're not comparable properties. That's the point, and I think.
Or from any property. The whole point of looking at them. The whole point of looking at them was because they were derived from prices which had actually been paid in the market for properties. Yes.
They're a benchmark.
All right. Now, you have then applied this capitalization and assumed a hypothetical sale of the office space. Yes.
Yes.
And you have done,
the
presumably, the same process for the retail space, yes?
Correct.
Now, if you were selling the office space out of this building, it would be large, but it would be strata title space, wouldn't it?
No.
Well, you would be leaving behind the retail and the common areas and the land, wouldn't you?
No, I've assumed I'm selling the entire building. It's at the same point in the cash flow. It's the retail and the offices at the same time.
Well, what about the HBU? So in that, you have adopted, you valued in effect the various different aspects of it, the hotel, the service departments, the residential flats, and then you've identified what you would have left over at the end of that process. And then you've capitalized each individual element of it, haven't you?
Yes.
And that has to be based on a hypothetical sale of each individual element, doesn't it?
No.
Well, if, for example, you were going to sell the hotel that was in a development and a project, unless you could find a buyer for the entirety, everything, all in, you would need to understand, the buyer would need to understand that what they were purchasing was strata title space, yes?
No, the cash flows all end at the same time when there's a capitalisation rate. To give an example, on the other side of the DIFC, the Ritz-Carlton was sold as one, which is a hotel, together with the limestone house building. So I'm taking that same analogy. I'm assuming a single buyer.
So your capitalisation works if and only if you can find a single buyer for 1 million square feet of offices and however much square feet of retail on your approved project.
Well, that's what I've done. I've capitalised the income into the entire development, correct?
Yes, but it's only in the circumstances of a sale of everything all at once that you would stand by your 7% yield.
Yeah, if this building was strata title, I suspect the yield would be far less attractive than the yield I've adopted. Maybe it would be 10%, but I'm not assuming the sale of strata title.
So if the reality was that this building had to be broken up at the end of the project in some way, then that would have a significant effect on the valuation that you would attribute it to it, or on a hypothetical sale in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure why an investor would take that approach, though. They wouldn't be maximising value. Why would you break it up and potentially accept a lower price than selling it as a whole?
Well, you'd have to find a purchaser who wanted the whole thing, an entire building.
Agreed.
My lord, I think we are due a break for the stenographer. Unless there's any particular questions you've got on this, I'm hoping to move on to another issue next.
Very good. We'll take a 10-minute break then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My lord, and to Mr. Montague-Smith, and indeed the witness, it's my unfortunate duty to report that Mr. Williams has had a serious incident at home, and he's had to leave. So that's why I have stepped in, and I expect that will remain the case, certainly for today. So apologies for the change. It's unforeseen.
Well, I'm sorry, and whatever the incident is, we hope it turns out to be minor or improves. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
My lord. Just one last question on that last point that we were talking about, strata title. On your highest and best use model, you have projected cash flows on the basis that the residential would be sold.
Yes.
And on that model, 66% of the floor space comprised residential.
Yes.
So when you come to capitalisation and valuing or not the rest of the project that's left over at the end of that process,
yes.
You can't sell the whole of the building, can you?
No, but then you would be looking at a design issue where you would have separated the office component from the residential component. So you are in fact selling the entire office component.
Yes, but it's still going to be strata title, isn't it?
No, the point about strata title is the control issue around the common areas, and what has happened in Dubai quite simply is strata title landlords have disagreed with each other, and there's been an impact on the quality of the common areas and the quality of the management and the maintenance and whatever, because of the uncontrollable factor of multiple landlords. In this particular case, and it is down to design, and the architects for the project would have to take this into account. It is within their control, but the office element would be sold as one. It is most likely to have its own separate entrance. It is most likely to have its own separate common areas, and will be controlled by one party.
So you're suggesting, are you, that it would have its own separate connections to infrastructure, completely separate from the residential, for example?
That's an engineering point. But within demarcation, and particularly if you look in markets such as Hong Kong, where strata title is very common, the legal practices are very active in terms of demarcation and how you demark a building, so you can in fact sell strata without interfering with services.
The reality in Dubai, though, of mixed-use buildings is that if that building on that single title of plot is split, as it would be 66% to residential, 33% to everything else, that is going to be strata title in Dubai. That's the reality.
No. The distinction of strata title is floor by floor, a strata. Okay, so you are selling a floor in isolation, as the example for Index Tower. The distinction is that I'm selling an entire tower to one buyer. I'm not selling floors of that office tower.
Yes, but you will have sold out floors of that tower to your residential purchasers, wouldn't you?
Correct. But that's through design, most likely in a different building. If you look at Central Park Towers, there are 3 towers. One is residential, one is offices, actually 2 are residential, apologies, and there's a podium. That is not an ideal scenario, but you could potentially sell to one owner the office tower independent of the other uses. It's not ideal. In fact, the design for Central Park Towers is probably not a good example, but it is a matter of design.
So your solution to the strata title problem requires, I think, a different building for the residential bits that have already been sold off, yes?
No, the residential tower will have its own common areas. The residential buyers will most likely become part of a tenants association, and they will control the common areas within that part of the building. The office element won't be sold in strata title. It'll be sold as one tower and sold to one party. That party will take responsibility separately for their own operations, maintenance, management, whatever. It's a matter of design.
But the design sorry, carry on.
Architects could get it completely wrong. I'm not making that assumption.
But the design that you're discussing is a two-tower design.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the design is. I'm saying to allow for that, the architects would factor that into design. In my scenario, where you sell not strata title but towers of single use.
Yes, so
i.e. the income producing component.
Yes, but unless you had two separate towers, one for the residential and one for everything else, you're going to end up in a strata title situation, aren't you?
The residential component is strata title, but that's sold, it's gone. Okay, and there's probably a separate entrance to it. The office component is not sold as strata title.
But it has.
Strata title is layers of sorry, you know this. Is layers of interest. You're not selling layers of interest within that office tower or in that office component. You're selling the entire office component to one party.
But you have to be selling layers of interest if you've sold out a series of floors to the residential purchasers.
I agree with that, yeah.
So the rest, the balance,
but not
to be layers, but just bigger layers.
Well, I'm selling all of them to one party.
I don't think we're making any progress. All right, let me ask you about something else. There's a relatively short point. I'd like to ask you about the retail issue.
Yes.
Now, there is a difference between you and Mr. Brand about the stabilised occupancy for the retail component of this project, yes?
Correct.
And I think the difference between you is something like 7.5%.
In terms of stabilised?
Yeah, so you contend for a stabilised occupancy of the retail of 82.5%, and he says it's going to be more like 75%. Yes.
Can we go to that, please, in the document?
You don't remember E25?
I do remember. Yeah, I do remember. I'd quite like to read it, please.
All right. E25, page 4.36.
Yes, I've got it.
Do you see that? And so you said stabilised occupancy for the retail components within DIFC developments, and then you say tend to range from 75% to 90%, as highlighted in the benchmark properties above. And the benchmark retail properties we see on page E24, which is the previous page, and it's in figure 17, yes?
I've got it, yes, thank you.
And so just to confirm again, you are using the benchmarks that would have been available in 2013, not necessarily the benchmarks that would have been available in 2017 when this came onto the market.
Correct.
And you have taken an average which includes the gate precinct and limestone house, yes?
Those being the ones in figure 17.
Yes.
Yes.
And those are going to be, in terms of retail, that really is prime, isn't it? Because retail relies on footfall, doesn't it?
I don't think the retail of this component is prime.
You don't think it's prime, but of the project?
It's ancillary retail to the project.
I see.
as is typical of most of the buildings within the DIFC.
I think all I'm suggesting is, isn't it likely? So just starting here, that the value and the rentals and the marketability of the retail component is going to be driven significantly by the expected footfall in the area.
Yes.
And so
primarily
to
the building itself, but correct.
Right. And so all I'm suggesting is that when one looks at your benchmarked items, it is the ones which are further away from the centre that are going to be more comparable to this particular project.
Yes.
And so wouldn't it make more sense then, rather than including in the comparison developments like the Gate Precinct and Limestone House, to exclude those completely?
Which ones are you suggesting should be excluded, sorry?
The Gate Precinct and Limestone House, for example.
So to go back to what I said, this is ancillary retail. I've benchmarked to what I think are similar ancillary retail locations, developments, and that's how I've benchmarked. That's how I've got to the rental level.
Yes, but I'm suggesting that perhaps it would have been better to leave out those comparables with the higher footfall from the centre of the DIFC.
Well, they don't say the footfall here.
No, I know, but you've used them as benchmarks to get to your 85% figure, yes? Or 82.5% figure.
I'm looking at the benchmarks I applied.
I don't think you've given us the data which underpins your translation of the of the rent of the retail occupancy of those particular projects. So we're sort of working in the dark a little bit, but you do say you have included them. So what I'm going to suggest is that you shouldn't have included them, that it would have been better to just work from projects like developments like Emirates Financial Towers and Index Towers, because they're just a bit further away from the centre and therefore the footfall is lower. They'd be more comparable, wouldn't they?
I think you can look at all of them. The retail is ancillary. It is as I said, very similar to the office sort of occupancy issue. It is possibly the hardest number to pinpoint.
There's also a small difference between you, I think, and Mr. Brand on the take-up. And I don't want to dwell on these details in too much, if we spend too much time on these. But if you look at E25, paragraph 4.37, I think you say a take-up period of 12 months. So you're suggesting that within a year of coming on the market, the project would have reached stabilised occupancy. I think
correct. If we look at the area, you're looking at the retail area gross of 41,518, which translates to net, obviously a lot less. Just I think it was 26,000. So it's not a lot of area to lease. And so if you divided that by 12, it'll show you the take up per month. So it's not a significant amount of retail.
Well, I think all I'm going to suggest is that's well, firstly, that was based again on 2013 market conditions, yes?
Correct. Correct.
And with the benefit of hindsight, if you were allowed to use hindsight and consider what happened next after 2013, and in fact looked at the position 2017 going forward, would you accept that 12 months is a bit optimistic and that it might be better to adopt something like 2 years?
Possibly.
All right. Now, in terms of the rates that were achieved, again, when you are identifying the rate that you light on, I think you come to a rate of 228 dirham per square foot. And again, you are looking at the data from 2013, yes?
Correct.
And again, it's these same benchmark properties that we're considering here.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Brand looks at the rates that were achieved in Burj Daman, and he sets them out in E312, yes? And you've
Sorry,
seen
just
that.
to be clear, to analyse the rental rates for the project within the retail, I've looked at Index Tower and Emirates Financial Towers, not all of them.
Oh, I see. All right, thank you. Yeah, I understand. So that's for the rate?
Yes.
Yes. I think for the occupancy, you talk about the benchmarked properties above. And you have benchmarked retail accommodation as the whole of it. But just for the rate.
I think. Sorry. The rate is Index Tower and Emirates Financial Tower, which is in 4.30.
Yes.
Apologies. You might have error reference source. I don't know if you got that on the document.
Yeah.
It seems to have printed out incorrectly.
I understand. So you have adopted the likely rate for this retail area from just those two properties, but you've taken the occupancy from all four. Presumably the same factors which go into telling you what the rate is likely to be are those factors which go into telling you what the occupancy is likely to be.
Not necessarily. They're not directly. They are correlated.
Isn't it all about the marketability of the property in footfall?
I think retail is very different. You know, retail. This is purely ancillary retail. You know, these are going to be food and beverage units. They're going to be, things like laundrettes and small units. So that their success will be driven by mainly who's in the office component above, and it's a big office component now. As I've said before, the actual net area of the retail is not a lot of space, and that's why I'm at a year's take up. I agree, it could take 2 years, it could potentially take 6 months.
Yes, just going back to the rates then, you've seen what Mr. Brand has produced on the rates in Burj Daman. You have that, I think, at E312.
Yeah. Yes, I have it in front of me.
Yeah, and I think just to cut through it, your criticism, as I understand it, of his approach is that you say he shouldn't have included the rate for the supermarket, which is the lower rate in the middle. Is that fair? Is that why you criticise his approach?
Well, the rate in the middle will distort the number. The rental that you get for supermarkets by market standards is generally a lot lower than unit shops.
Yeah, but presumably if Burj Daman could fill that space with smaller retail supply providers, that is what they would have done.
Potentially, yes.
Yes, so they're not choosing to just have a supermarket in there because it gives them a lower rate. They're choosing a supermarket in there for commercial reasons. Yes.
I don't know. I suspect they might be choosing the supermarket for the residential component within Burj Daman, which is quite considerable, and that would act as an amenity to the residential occupants. Yeah,
so wouldn't then in this project the same approach apply?
It could do, potentially, yes.
But my point is that one can't just sort of identify the lower rate and rule that out, because the lower rate is an important part of the market, isn't it, in terms of what can be achieved for this project? Well,
what would actually happen in practice is you do a tenant mix plan. there may be a supermarket component within that, but the rates I've adopted are from the benchmarks which are relevant to this project. I don't have a detailed, I haven't considered a tenant mix plan.
And as we saw from the figure that we saw previously, for Emirates Financial Towers, I think the rate is 190 to 220 dirham per square feet. I think all I'm suggesting is that alighting on a likely revenue for retail of 200 dirham per square feet, that is particularly if one is allowed to use hindsight, that's a perfectly reasonable place to come out, isn't it?
If I'm using hindsight, that is a reasonable analysis.
Thank you. Moving on to look at the aspects of the highest and best use approach. That's the breakdown. Has a much smaller office space, and I think the office space in that is about 21,500 square feet. Do you want me to show you that?
Yes, please.
So if we go to page E35, paragraph 5.13. Do you see there what you've done? Sorry, it doesn't actually show you what the size is.
The size is in figure 23.
In fact, you've got a net lease. Yes, you've got a net leasable area at 5.7 of 16,146 square feet, I think. Is that right?
This is offices, and you've got a gross area of 21,528.
Yes.
And a net, yes, 16,146.
Yes. And then at paragraph 5.13, you say because it's quite small, you've assumed stabilized occupancy of 100%.
Correct.
And I think the basis being that I think you subsequently say it could have been let to a single tenant. That's your justification. I mean, all I'm suggesting here is that surely you have to take into account when projecting forward with cash flows the risk that in the 8 years or so after completion, it's going to be partly empty or empty for periods. Surely you have to take into account some risk of that.
So within the cash flow, what I do is I assume lettings and relettings, and in between those times, so you're absolutely right, I assume a void. So the building does reduce in occupancy, and that void is incurred by the owner of the building. There is then a reletting and fees applied to that as well. So that is factored into my cash flow.
But it's that is factored into the other cash flows as well, isn't it? All of the other. Yes. So the offices where we looked at 85 or 75% stabilized occupancy, and for the hotel, as we'll come on to, not the hotel, sorry, for the service apartments and issues like that. The service apartments are the same as the hotel. You're right. Well, let's stick with offices then. When we looked at the stabilized occupancy for the offices, there was always behind it that assumption that there was going to be a void. Yeah, it's described as churn, so you would get churn with the tenants. Yeah, but here you have assumed a stabilized occupancy of 100%, so you're going to have back-to-back tenancies, but with voids in between them. Correct. And what I'm suggesting is that surely, when one's making a prudent assessment of what's likely to happen on this project, you have to take into account the risk that, for some periods at least for some parts of this, you're not going to be able to find a tenant. Correct. That's the void in the cash flow. Well, no, because all the void does is it assumes a changeover of tenants with a 6-month void period in between to allow for that. Correct. So I've lost 6 months. Yes, I've lost 6 months, and I'm also incurring an OPEX cost. Yes, but the assumption in that is that you're going to find back-to-back tenants. Yeah, that absolutely, yeah. And that's what I'm challenging. I'm suggesting that is unrealistic, isn't it, for a small office block which will be the other side of Al Mustaqbal Street, and will be in a primarily residential property.
But they're not back to back. There's a 6-month void between the two.
Well, put it this way: if you were doing a capitalization of that, you would put into that capitalization calculation some discount for the prospect, not just of voids, but of there being no tenants for periods.
If I was looking at this in isolation to the entire project, yes, potentially.
But that would be
I'm looking at it as, sorry, I'm looking at it as a whole, i.e. the occupancy.
Right, I'll leave that there. Let me ask you then about the next issue, which is the residential sales income. So this is sale of residential units in the highest and best use property. Again, you've used data from 2013. You haven't used hindsight, yes?
Correct.
Now, can I put it like this, and we can hopefully cut through a fair bit if you agree. Would you accept that when it comes to residential property, the DIFC is less desirable than downtown, but more desirable than Business Bay?
They all command different pricing, different rental rates, and that is reflected in a lot of factors. So it pivots around those factors. There's a lot of people live in the DFC because they work in the DFC. Downtown is a more established residential location. Business Bay is probably a mix of the two.
But clearly the DIFC is prime for office. My point is that it's not as desirable a location for residential as downtown. Would you agree with that?
They're not necessarily. It's a bit like comparing the city with the West End. There is residential in the city, in the Barbican. There is more residential in the West End.
All right, well, let's look at where you get to your prices for residential, how you get to your prices for residential units. If we go to, well, first of all, you adopt an average rate. If you go to page E39, please, paragraph 5.37. Yeah.
E39, did you say? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm there.
And we're still here dealing with the 2013 project.
Yes.
And one of the things you take into account are the residential sales rates for Berge de Man.
On E39?
Yeah, sorry, 5.37.
Yes.
So again, are you not using hindsight here?
No, because through the construction period, they would have been selling off plan.
I see. So you're just using the off-plan sales that you can find in relation to Berge de Man, not the subsequent sales. Is that your point?
I've considered all of them, but in this case, off-plan sales would have taken place. I think it gives a band. The band is 1,800 to 2,000 dirhams per square foot.
Yeah, but I made the point that on one view it looks like you're using hindsight. Your response was yes, but there were off-plan sales. So I asked, well, is that all you used? And you said no, you've used all of the sales. So at least in relation to those sales which are not off-plan, does that mean you have used the benefit of hindsight?
The sales rates come from reading, as it says down there, was selling apartments in 2013. The footnote.
Just earlier, though, I asked you and you gave some evidence. I said, so you're just using the off-plan sales that you can find in relation to Berge de Man, not the subsequent sales. Is that your point? And your answer is, I've considered all of them.
Well,
So
I've considered all the sales. Sorry.
Cool.
I've considered all the rates provided to me by reading in 2013.
Well, there would be, Well, you said in your evidence, when I asked you specifically, did you consider that those sales both off plan and on plan, or after completion, and your answer was you considered all of them? Was that an error? Did you only consider off plan sales?
To be honest, I don't know whether they are off plan or post completion. These are sales rates that have come out of that building.
All right. Now, Mr. Brand has actually produced some data for this, hasn't he? Have you seen that data?
Can we go to it, please?
Yeah, sure. It's in his report. So we're in tab 7 of bundle E at page 326. So do you see there, okay. Do you see the table there at the bottom, table 64?
Yes.
Yeah, and so there's no sales recorded for 2013 at all. But he provides data after that. Do you see in the top line, Berge de Man? And it carries on across the page onto E327. Do you see into 2018?
So I'm on table 63.
64.
One you want me to look at?
No, that's down. Do you see table 63 is downtown residential sales? And I'm asking you about Berge. So DIFC sale purchase agreement average rate, and then he gives the average rate for each of the years. And Berge de Man is one of the properties that he gives it for, yes?
Yes.
And do you see then, in relation to 2014, he says the average rate is 1,730 for those sales that they've identified, 2016, 1522, 2017, 1849. And then if you go over the page, do you see it continues? And so what he's done, he's taken an average of all of these sales to produce a complete average for those properties of 1,672 per square foot. Yes, you see that?
I'm sorry, I'm looking for where he says the 1,672 on the next page.
Correct, that's right. So that's his average there, 1,692. All right. Yeah. So you've seen this before, presumably.
So his average is 1,635, isn't it?
1,692. I think he said he rounds it to 1,700.
Okay.
So the first point is this, isn't it? That the data that you were working from suggested average sale prices of between 1,800 and 2,000 per square foot. The data that we have here shows average prices lower than 1,800. So from that, presumably, we can conclude that these, or at least some of these sales were not included in your data set.
So the data set I've taken is, as I said, is from Reading.
From where?
Reading, which is a data house that provides data on the real estate market in Dubai. I
see. But given that the average rates are significantly, in some cases, lower than the 1,800 that quoted, wouldn't it be a safe conclusion that those are not included within your data?
So I've taken the midpoint from the Reading source to get to the figure. If you look at the demand sales rates that Mr. Brand has identified, they're actually, they look higher. In 2018 they're lower. They fluctuate across the period.
Yeah, but he's taken an average.
But I'm also within that range.
I see. And I think what he's suggesting is that 1,700 is the appropriate rate that you should estimate as being what would be achieved for the sale.
That's his opinion. Yeah, that's his opinion.
Would you not think, looking at that data, that that is a reasonable opinion?
It's not unreasonable. I've given you the reason why I've chosen my figure.
And at least for residential, would you accept that Bergdaman is a good comparator to this plot?
Yes, I think it is a good comparator.
And as I understand it, these are asking prices as well, aren't they?
The read-in ones or the property monitor ones?
I think the property monitor ones.
I don't know. Mr. Brand has used property monitor.
Now, when you undertook your assessment in 2018, you adopted a rate of 1,700 dirham per square foot, didn't you?
Can we go to that, please?
Sure. It's back on that page that we looked at. If we look at, it's back in the F bundle actually, 3041.
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Yeah, it'll be the final volume of the F bundle, or 304.
Sorry, we're just getting it now.
Thank you.
041. This is in relation to project access?
Yes. So this is that document that we looked at previously. This is in relation to the plot and the project, yes?
That was the highest and best use study we ran for our Amazon in 2017-18.
Yes, quite. And we've been over what the purpose of this was, and I won't go back to that. But if you look at page 3044.
Yeah.
Do you see the following adjustments made to those utilised within the draft summary of revised financials, parcel PA01, DIFC, UA dated 30 July 2018? And so what has happened is you have adjusted your previous variables from some prior model, and you have adopted a residential sales rate of 1,700 dirham per square foot.
Those were my instructions. Those were my instructions. I didn't adopt them. They were my instructions. And that from memory, I think that was to sell the development quickly. But those aren't mine. They're not my rates. I believe they're the client's rates. And if you look at the 1 to 8 scenarios, it says benchmark costs, DIFC costs. It says the same for revenues. Yeah, and then if you look earlier, it says revenues. So they're not actually my numbers.
Where does it?
The numbers I was asked. So if you go to E3042, this was part of the sensitivity that I was asked to do, and they said put in different numbers to see what it spits out at the other end. So those are just numbers I was given.
So you were given
told to compute. Told to compute.
I see. So somebody has given you those numbers.
Well, they've told me what numbers to put in.
There we go. All right. There's I think a small difference between you and Mr. Brand as to how quickly these sorts of units would be sold.
Yeah.
Is that right? And I think you say 11.5 sales a month, and he says 10.
Yes.
And I think to get to your analysis, as I recall, you take 2 properties in downtown. Is that right?
Correct.
And Mr. Brand adds into that pool the address residences and the lofts, also in downtown.
Can you take me to the page, please?
Yeah, sure. It's E323.
Sure. These are Mr. Brand's figures.
Yes, quite. So what you've done is do you see in table 60 you've taken the top two. You've referred to Boulevard Central and Burj Vista, as I recall. And then he's added to that pool the address residences and the lofts.
Correct.
And he's reached an average on the basis of those.
I actually think his computation might be wrong. I think it's higher than he says.
Well, I think the point, isn't it, is that what he's done is he said, do you see the third bullet point down on paragraph 212? He said the adjusted average number of transactions concluded in the comparable projects range from 89 per year to 198 per year. And I think your point is that the midpoint of that is not 120, it's slightly higher. But what he's saying is, I think, as I understand it, that what we are looking at here are extremely desirable residential developments in a more desirable residential part of town. And therefore he's adjusted it down. Now, would you accept that? I don't think you can make that. Sorry, go on. I was just going to ask the question, which is simply, would you accept that is a reasonable approach to this particular issue?
As I said, you've got to differentiate downtown necessarily from the DFC. So as the analogy I gave, the West End to the city, DFC is a city style environment. So you look at it on a case by case basis. I absolutely agree that to get to the precise take up of units in a residential building in any location in Dubai is impossible. I've applied my logic. Simon Brand has applied his logic.
All right. In terms of the timing of the sales revenue on the highest and best use projects, you anticipate that property will be sold off plan and that the revenue will be recycled. Yes.
The revenue will reduce the requirement for additional equity, correct? Yes.
Yeah, so it'll be recycled into the project. And there's this issue, isn't there, about how much of the revenue can be used and when, because it needs to be under the regulations held in escrow, yes?
Yeah.
And it can only be released once you've achieved 20% completion of the project, yes?
Yes. And
so there's a question of timing as to when that will happen. And I think you've said that'll happen within 12 months, yes?
Yes.
Now, the way you've done that is to say, well, it's a 4.5 year period, 20% of 4.5 is 11 months, just short, yes?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
But the reality of a project of this scale is that you're not going to start building on day one, are you?
No, you'll have design.
Yeah, and you'll have planning.
Yeah.
And so that might take 6 months, mightn't it?
Correct.
So you're not going to start actually construction until 6 months in, and you're certainly not going to complete 20% of the project in 6 months, are you?
That's a fair statement, yes.
Yeah. So would you agree that it's not really realistic to suggest that the project will be 20% complete within 12 months?
I think, again, this comes down to the nature of the design and the construction product. You can actually package parts of development on a fast track. I'm not suggesting necessarily they would, but you can start piling, you can start putting in foundation at a very early stage. And I've seen it in a lot of the developments across Dubai, especially when the market was very hot. I'm not necessarily applying that analogy here, but it could be done. But quite rightly, your approach equally suggests the 20% might not have been achieved.
All right. I'm going to bounce through the topics because I'm behind, I'm afraid. Sale fees, I just need to ask you about these. Now, I think you accept and take into account agents' fees for selling bits of the property, yes?
Yeah.
And you also accept that there would be what we in England would call stamp duty on those bits of the sales. Now, legally, I think that stamp duty is to be paid by the purchaser. Is that right?
Correct.
But I think the position, isn't it, is that in reality, over the course of since about 2015, developers have started to absorb some or all of those costs themselves, haven't they?
Certain developers have, as the market has been supplied. But I've adopted the legal approach. It's horses for courses.
Yeah, but I mean, I think. Go on.
Sorry. No.
I'm just trying to get through quickly, I'm afraid. For example, would you accept that between about 2015 and 2016, quite a lot of the developer market was taking on themselves about 50% of these transfer fees?
I don't know what the percentage is, but you're absolutely right. Certain developers were incentivizing unit buyers by taking on the liability of stamp duty.
Would you accept that by 2016 developers were taking on most of it? In fact, all of it?
I don't know. I don't know. You'd need to look at the land registry revenue to understand that, which I haven't done.
All right. Okay. Well, it wouldn't show from the land registry revenue, would it? It would be a commercial agreement between the developer and the purchaser.
Well, that's what. Sorry, I don't know what percentage where developers have. I just don't know.
All right. Now I need to ask you about hotels and the revenues that would come from hotels. Can I ask you to turn to your report, please? Your first report, page E40.
Yeah.
And look at paragraph 5.4. No, that is the wrong reference. I need you to turn, please, to paragraph 4.29. So we're going to have to go back. Page E24. No, that's also the reference. My apologies. I do apologise. I'm afraid these notes were put together, some of them last night. All right, it's actually your second report, so bear with me, I'll get the reference. Yes, so, right, okay, here we go. So it's your second report, tab 2, page E198. So we're dealing here with the average daily rate that can be expected to be achieved at this hotel, which is one of the key components that goes towards identifying what the revenue would be from the hotel, yes?
Sure.
And I think, again, one of the big differences between you and Mr. Brand is that he does and you do not use the benefit of hindsight.
Correct.
So, for example, you say in the middle of the paragraph, focusing from years 2018 to 2021, and thus with the benefit of hindsight, he paints a relatively bleak picture for this real estate use class, with particular reference to the impact on the industry as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, you, however, haven't you, have used data from 2017 to determine what would be the daily rates achievable?
No, I've used that to demonstrate a trend, to be honest.
Yes, but you've still used the data, haven't you?
Well, it may be similar, but it reflects the trend of performance of the hotels extrapolated.
What you haven't done, though, is then extrapolate forward from 2017 to see what the trend is from there. Is that right?
Sorry, that didn't appreciate that was a question.
Well, do you agree with that or not? You've extrapolated from 2013 to 2017 by looking at the trend, but then you stop there and you haven't looked beyond, have you?
So what the way you determine ADR, annual average daily rate, sorry, is by creating a competitive set. And what I've done is I've benchmarked to a competitive set, which are of similar, what I believe, quality hotels, similar size, similar ADR rates, similar patronage, and it shows that the hotels I've benchmarked to. And then I've gone to STR, who are a data house, who provide you with a consolidated P&L for the competitive set, and I've inputted that data. Certain of the hotels within the competitive set, the data wasn't available in 2013, but that's how I've derived my ADRs and occupancy. Mr. Brand has taken a different approach.
Yes, but the date that you have identified as being relevant for the purposes of taking the average ADR is 2017, isn't it?
Can you show me where that is, please?
Yeah, sure. We've got to go to your first report, please, E43.
Yeah.
Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
And so do you see what you have done is you see there in figure 30, you see the changes
Figure
in
30.
Do you have page E43?
Sorry,
This
I was
is
looking at E44. Apologies.
Yeah.
Yep.
E43, figure 30, and you see the changes in the ADR for the competitive set over a period of time. And so then what you do is you say 553, as the above demonstrates, the competitive set achieved an ADR of 1003 in 2017, the latter being the first year of operations of the HBU project. Yes?
Yep.
So what you've done is you've looked forward from 2013 to determine what your data tells you about the ADR in 2017. So you are also on.
No, what I've done is I'm in 2013, and if you look at 2013, occupancy, sorry, ADR is increasing 2013 to 2014. So if you were to take that across to say 17, I'd be over 1,400 or nearer to 1,400. You also have to factor in my assessment the fact that there will be additional stock coming onto the market, and that's so it's not a linear calculation.
Why have you put it in this way in your report then? You said the competitive set achieved an ADR of 1003 in 2017, the latter being the first year of operations for the HBU project.
It shows you that I've adopted the right number.
All right. Well, if we look at your chart, yes, do you see pre-pandemic, it shows ADRs falling quite considerably, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, it's yes.
And
so you've gone from 1,200 to above 800, yeah?
Yeah. So would you agree that that looks, I mean, we don't have the underlying data, but it looks like quite apart from the effect of the pandemic, rates had fallen to about, I would make it about 815, 820. Would you say that's about right?
Looks about right, yes.
All right. So if you were to take into account the benefit of hindsight, and you were, and I know I appreciate that's not what you say you're doing, and you were to take into account that decline, it would be fair, would it, to assume that the ADR for the hotel would get to about 820 in about 2019?
If I was to take the benefit of hindsight, I have the number in front of me.
With being 820?
Yeah, it's around about that, I think.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Brand has produced a table. If you go to page E334, do you see there he's produced a table for occupancy and ADR, but just focusing on ADR? What he does is he shows, I believe, some impact from the pandemic striking and then recovery by year 6. And so actually the ADR that he arrives at after that process is 819. So is it fair to say then that if you were taking the same approach as Mr. Brand and using the benefit of hindsight, you would have arrived at probably roughly the same figure?
I don't actually know which hotels he's benchmarked to. As I said, I've benchmarked to my competitive set. Mr. Brand, I believe, has looked at multiple hotels across a wider range of Dubai. So you need to understand the competitive set first to then apply reasoning as to ADR and occupancy.
But we've looked at your competitive set data, and that gets to the same figure. That's my point.
The same figure being what, sorry?
820 dirham per square foot. Do you remember?
Well, that's with hindsight, yes.
Yes, with hindsight. I'm asking you to assume you're allowed to use hindsight.
If I'm using hindsight, yes.
All right, and stay with me. Using hindsight, during the pandemic, rates and occupancy declined, didn't they?
Yes.
And if we look at, if you're able to keep both open, it's probably good because we're going to be comparing a little bit. If we go back to E44, which was your report, this is the next page of your report.
Yep.
We've got your occupancy rates, and these include the pandemic, yes?
So opening year 2017, if you get to year 5, you're obviously, yes, through the pandemic on occupancy.
Yeah, so from occupancy, from a peak of what, around 76, 77%, something like that, occupancy drops to about 32% during the pandemic, something like that.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Brand's evidence on this, which we've just, if you still got it open, you can just look across. Back in the same table, he has occupancy falling to about 42%. So again, if we're using hindsight, it actually looks like Mr. Brandt has accounted for a smaller negative impact on revenue as a result of the pandemic than you would have reached if you'd looked at this data for your competitive set with the benefit of hindsight. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It looks like on Mr. Brand's data, he has accounted for an impact of the pandemic, which is less than the impact that actually occurred on the competitive set that you were looking at.
Oh, right, okay. So he's 42, 220. Yes.
Thank you. All right, and then in terms of how quickly, put aside pandemic, put aside negative impact, in terms of how quickly occupancy would stabilize in a hotel, I think you've assumed a year 1 occupancy of 65%, haven't you?
Can you take me to the page?
Yeah, so it's the same page actually.
Yeah. Year 1, 65, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the very first year of operations, yes. Now, I think it's fair to say that's just an assumption. You haven't actually used data from the competitive set to get to that, have you?
That's derived from sort of experience of hotel operations across Dubai. It also factors into the account, you know, the competitive set, the sort of gap analysis, and it's an industry benchmark, to be honest. Hotels, new hotels, generally sort of have a surge in attraction at the very start when they open. It then sort of levels out and can go down slightly, but that's reflective of what typically happens when a new hotel is delivered to the market. Would
you agree that in 2017, when this particular project was going to be coming on stream, there was a bit of an oversupply of hotels in the DIFC?
Not in the DIFC, no.
Well, the Waldorf would have recently opened, and I think the Rove had opened on the same street earlier the previous year.
The Rove is at the very far end of DIFC, and I don't think it's even in DIFC. So it's nearer to Central Park Towers, almost downtown. Right. Occupancy for hotels, it's not the same as for offices or retail. It's driven by a completely different target audience.
Yes, but I think you agree that it takes a bit of time to ramp up to the stabilized occupancy. Well,
stable occupancy, as you can see, is over a 5-year period. Yes.
And I think there's just a bit of a difference between you. Mr. Brand suggests that perhaps you've over-egged the first year a little bit, and something in the region of 55, 58% is more appropriate. Would you agree with that? Could be.
That's his opinion.
In terms of service departments, the rates, if we go forward to page 49. And again, let's just try and move through this quickly, otherwise I'll lose everyone's attention. E49, figure 42. Do you have that?
Yes, I've got it.
So this is the data from the competitive set for the service departments, yes?
Correct.
And again, you have identified, at least you've adopted the ADR from 2017. Do you accept that?
So when I say the competitive set achieved an ADR of 745 in 2017?
Yeah. Being the first year of operations for the service departments within the HBU project. So again, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see that even before the pandemic, ADR for service departments had declined quite significantly, hadn't it? After 2017.
Well, it hadn't. It does, but it hadn't. I hadn't seen that in 2013.
No, I know. But again, if we use the
hindsight,
magic,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Would you agree with me that it looks like by what 2019 you're looking at around, I don't know, 575?
Yeah, late 500s. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And are you aware that Mr. Brand's estimate for all of this for service departments, I think he uses 590 after the pandemic recovery. So if we look back at his table on 334, do you see that?
Sorry, I need to go to 334.
It's the same. It's the same. Don't please don't close the pages.
I took my finger out of the bundle of policy.
All right. 334.
Okay.
So do you see there what he's done is he started at 556, accounting for pandemic and so forth, but then after recovery he arrives out at 590 dirham per square foot. Yes. Yes. And so again, I mean, using the benefit of hindsight, would you agree that his figures for that are perfectly reasonable and actually are consistent with what you would have found on your competitive set?
With the benefit of hindsight, his figures are hindsight.
No, that's what I'm saying. So would you agree that if you had the benefit of hindsight, you'd say, yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable conclusion? In fact, the right conclusion.
Well, that's what happened, yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. Moving on. I'm afraid it's a bit of a jog around some rather random topics now. Parking. What I want to ask you about first is if you go to page 17 of your first report, my lord, I know that we're slightly, well, we've reached, I think, haven't we, the 7 p.m. over here. If your lordship is willing to indulge me for, I would say, a maximum of 15 minutes, could be 10, then I will be able to finish. And it's probably better to finish if we can, but I'm obviously in your hands and in those of the registry.
Are you happy, Mr. Williamson?
Yes, your lordship, I'm okay. Thank you.
Mr. Strange?
I'm happy either way, and it's up to others, but I will say that right now I can imagine 10 to 15 minutes of re-examination, so I don't know if that affects anybody's views of the world.
Tell me what else you plan so far as tomorrow is concerned, Mr. Strange.
Well, my cross-examination of Mr. Brand will definitely finish tomorrow, and it's just a question of when. And if I started at 9:30 tomorrow, I would be relatively confident that I would finish by lunchtime, albeit slightly later than the 11:45 a.m. lunchtimes we've been having.
Right.
Very much.
So far, my estimates for one of the first times in my life have been less. For example, we finished the fact witnesses yesterday, so I'm pretty confident about my estimation of Mr. Brand.
Yes. I think we'll call it a day for today, rather than trying to gallop through the odds and ends that Mr. Montague-Smith still has to deal with. I think in real terms, trying to rush that and the re-examination today is probably not a good idea. Best to deal with it tomorrow. So I'm afraid you'll have to come back again tomorrow, Mr. Williamson. Apologies for that.
Understood, Your Lordship.
And apologies from me for overrunning, my lord.
Yeah, not unknown. All right. Same time, same place tomorrow, please. Nothing else anybody needs to raise at this stage?
Nothing from
And
me,
there
my
was just one thing I wanted to flag up. Both experts have referred to various industry standards and other documents in their expert reports. I think the parties quite rightly kept the e-bundle slim. I may, it's not guaranteed, I may want to refer to a couple of documents that the experts have referred to that aren't in the e-bundle. Just wanted to flag that up and say that we'd have them available. If there's any issues with that, perhaps Mr. Montague-Smith team can just let us know overnight, and we'll make sure they're available in the common bundle.
Well, I think
could you indicate in an email what those documents are, so that?
Yes.
Or better yet, perhaps send them to us.
Yes, even better. If you're confident you are going to refer to them, send them over, and then nobody can be taken by surprise.
Absolutely.
All right. Very good.
Thank you.
Same rules, Mr. Williamson, overnight, I'm afraid, but thank you very much.
Understood, Your Lord. Thank you.
Well,